Well, good evening, members, ladies and gentlemen, and all of those who may be viewing online. And I extend a very warm welcome to you to the council chamber here at Lichfield District Council for this planning committee meeting on the 6th of February 2023. It's 6 o'clock in the evening, and the first item on the agenda is apologies for absence. Sorry, so I have some apologies for absence. I'm going to get the lady on my left, Christine, who can tell us the apologies, please, Christine.
Sorry about that, Chair. Yes, we've received apologies from councillors Latham, Esquire, Cox and Birch, and we've been notified that Councillor Powell will be late.
Thank you very much. So, of course, Councillor Powell, if he is late and if he misses any of the reports and deliberations on the applications, then of course he cannot take part. And he must be here for the entirety of the debate and the presentation. So do we have item 2, members, is declarations of interest. If anyone does have a declaration which they need to make, would you please show that? Councillor Matthews, please.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I'd like to declare a personal interest in 21/01956/OUTLFLN land service shortlist. I will be leading the debate at that point.
Thank you very much, Councillor Matthews. Councillor Salter, please.
Thank you, good evening. I need to declare an interest on 2 applications this evening. One being the first on the list, 223/01533 WH, 9,000 Chenstone. In this instance, I will be presenting an objection in my capacity as board member. The second is the penultimate application on this evening's agenda, 22/00242 of the SUL, the Truth of War. In this instance, it is my wife, Pam Salter, who, as clerk to Wall Parish Council, will be presenting the objection on behalf of Wall Parish Council. I will withdraw for that item.
Councillor Salter, thank you very much indeed. And Councillor Checkland, you did suggest that you had a declaration of interest as well.
Just in relation to on the city council, which has the same objections in relation to 21/1956 OUTFLN, though I played no part in the initial submission. I won't mind that one. And the other one is I didn't realise I know one of these people. I think he's speaking tonight.
Thank you.
I don't know which one to speak to.
Okay. Perhaps we need to find out when they are speaking.
I'm going to read this first.
Okay. Kerry Challoner, please. Would you wish to speak?
Yeah, I can confirm it's 21/01595/FULN, and it is land at Burton Road, it's Street 10.
Thank you very much. I think it was very important we knew which application it was, but thank you very much indeed, Councillor Checkland. We've managed to establish that. Thank you. Any more declarations of interest, members? So we can now move on to item 3 on the agenda, which is the minutes of the previous meeting. And this is the meeting which took place in this council chamber precisely 4 weeks ago on the 9th of January 2023. Members, are you willing, having received a copy of these circulated electronically, are you willing to accept these as a true and correct record of the meeting which took place on that occasion of the 9th of January 2023?
Yes, Chair.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Members, we now move on to item 4 on the agenda, which is the planning applications. Before we launch into that, I just need to make an announcement. The second item on your list of contents, second report that you are due to hear, I'm going to elevate that to the top of the list. And the reason for that is that there has been a lot of legal toing and froing. It is a very, very complex application. And because of that, the officers have been working diligently to try and establish a way forward. Because of the complexity which is currently ongoing, we've had council's advice that it is sensible as a planning committee that we defer the item which is 18/00840/OUTMEI. It's the second one on your list of applications. So as you will know, if you've had your supplementary pack, which has been circulated to you, and also I believe it was sent to you via an email as well, this has now an officer recommendation for deferment. I'm just going to seek clarification there from our legal officer, Jane Cotton. Jane, is there anything else I should have said or you wish to add to that before we take a vote on that?
No change, other than the legal advice.
Yeah.
Reasons like that.
Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. So that's the legal officer there. And so the officer recommendation, members, is to defer 18/00840/OUTMEI. Can I please have a show of hands if you are willing to defer that application? I would beg pardon. Can we have a proposer and a seconder, please? So Councillor Humphreys is proposing, Councillor Baker is seconding. Thank you very much. Could I now take that to the vote, please, members? Councillor Barnett, did you want to? Thank you. Thank you. Okay, I think that's unanimous, isn't it? Thank you very much indeed, members. I very much appreciate that. And the reason I've elevated that to the top is because we do have a gentleman here representing the applicant on this second application, which is Mitchell Barnes from Summit Planning. Mr. Barnes, you'll be pleased to know that your evening's work has been completed. That's probably one of the easiest planning applications you've had to present for a very long time. Thank you very much for attending. Thank you. Members, we now move on then to the first item on your list, which is 22/01533/FUH. This is 9 Foden Close, Shenstone, Lichfield. And if some of you feel as though this is an example of deja vu, it perhaps is, because we did discuss this at the last meeting. Due to a slight clerical error, we are having to revisit this. And so we're treating it as a new application on this occasion. And to take us through that, and perhaps to explain the reason why it's come back on this occasion, I will hand over to the Principal Planning Officer, Richard Sumter, on my right-hand side. Richard, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The application before you is for a double garage at number 9 Bowden Close. At the previous meeting, plans were shown on the presentation that showed an earlier iteration of the scheme. That was not the scheme that had been circulated around and which people had commented on. So for legal reasons that's set out in the officer report, we brought the application back for redetermination to yourself. Just before I go into the presentation, I must report that we have received further information in the form of 3 photographs. This update is in supplemental, which you should all have seen. Those photographs show a view looking down a private drive showing the application site before works commence. A view from a similar position showing the proposed garage photoshopped into position, and a view taken from the objective garden with the side elevation of the garage photoshopped in. These photographs have been included in the office of presentation, and therefore you'll be able to see them as I go through the presentation. In terms of an update from that, officers are unable to really comment on the accuracy of the photoshopped image. It is a very much scientific process to go through to accurately show imagery of images which have been put on the photographs, and therefore I would advise caution on the reliance on the photoshopped images. For the avoidance of doubt, officers can confirm that the garage would project. For the avoidance of doubt, officers can confirm that the garage would project 3 metres from the plane of the front elevation of the garage at the neighbouring property at number 11 Bowden Close. And you can see that on supplemental, a diagram showing that with that measurement put on there. The recommendation therefore remains as set out in the main report. I'll now turn to the presentation itself, take you through that, to refresh you. So the application site is shown on red, outlined in red. So forward and as I said before, one of the things to note from this particular location plan is that there's no strong building line that you often find in more regimented streets, you know, close to the cul-de-sacs quite often. There is this, where you find some houses in front of others. This is an aerial view showing again the application site and the context that it's in. These are photos showing the application property, and you can see the neighbouring garage on the right hand side, and the area which has been put down as outstanding, on which part of which would be built the garage itself. Again, views of the application site. This site is currently under construction, and therefore the application is quite expected in relation to the outstanding which has been put down. Again, I will stress not all of which would have a garage. That's an important point to be shown. This is the proposed plan. As you remember last time, it showed a pitch, gable style roof fronting the street scene. What should have been shown is this, which shows a sloping roof to the front. Again, these are images which have been provided from the neighbour, by the neighbouring property, gets the proposal, report to show how the proposed garage would look. Again, caution about interpreting these and the accuracy of them. Again, photograph showing a photoshopped proposed garage as the objective visitors will look. These are other photographs which show. Now, one of the important points is on photograph 4, you'll see that actually before any development took place on this site, with respect to the garage, the wall which came from the corner of the integral garage swept round in a curve to meet with the garage at number 11. Therefore, there was never ever any through looking of the site. These show the site, well, the 7 again show what it would look like had the applicant decided to put the garage onto the property. However, we're not looking at what other alternatives there will be. We're looking at the garage in its current, or in its proposed position and what impact that would have, not an alternative. Photograph 8, looking at this, shows the property as it were before the development took place. You see there were areas of greenery and gardens to the front of that has been removed, and at the moment the area is currently under construction. Therefore, you know, will look a lot harsher than what was there originally. These are photographs again shown by the neighbour who has objected to the application, purporting to show the garage as it would appear. Again, caution, these are the ones which we looked at and referred to earlier in the update. This is photographs from the applicant, which shows the projection of the garage as it should be built, showing the 3 meters that it would come out from the front plane of the neighbour's garage. This shows what was there on site before these works were undertaken. It shows that wall that curved round from the applicant's house round to the neighbouring property garage and 11, and also behind that, in fact, was a fairly makeshift shed, if you want to call it a shed or outbuilding, which has been removed purportedly to make way for the garage, which is the subject of this application. So that ends the presentation. The recommendation put out in the agenda that members have seen their previous approval and make a new approval or recommendation from officers for approval based on the scheme that's in front of you today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Richard Sunter, there. At that precise moment, I see that Councillor Powell has joined us. Councillor Powell, thank you very much for coming along. You did tell us that you may be late. You understand, of course, that you cannot participate in this first application in terms of any debate or voting. But thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. So that now brings us on then. We've had the presentation there from the planning officer. We have three speakers. We have an objector, we have the committee ward member and the applicant. The first of these is the objector, and I'd like to welcome Rebecca Hughes to this council chamber. You have 5 minutes. I don't know whether you're conversant with the protocol, but you have 5 minutes, and with 30 seconds still remaining, you will be reminded of that fact if you're still speaking at 4.5 minutes. And then when the 5 minutes have elapsed, the full 5 minutes, you will be asked to stop speaking, and you must stop speaking immediately as well. So you have 5 minutes and your time will start as soon as you commence. Thank you.
Good evening. I speak today as neighbour at 11 Foden Close and on behalf of the 13 objectors. Councillors, to make the right decision in relation to this application, you need the correct information. From advice taken both legally and by an independent planning consultant, we believe you have not been given the correct information by the planning team and is open to challenge at judicial review and the Ombudsman. To truly and fairly consider this application afresh, this application should be refused on the following grounds. The proposed development, by virtue of its design, location and materials, will result in a loss of open space and visual intrusion, which is not within keeping of the open aspect of the estate. The view from Foden Close towards the application site is currently one of the rural area in the near and distant background. This view connects the cul-de-sac to its surrounding countryside, and it is considered to contribute positively to the character and appearance of the area. The sitting of a garage in this location will obstruct this view and will cause harm to the open rural view one gets from Foden Close. This application is detrimental to the character and appearance of the street scene and is therefore contrary to the requirements of, and we can cite within, Lichfield District Local Plan Strategy, 6 regulations, guidelines ignored. National Planning Policy Framework, 3 areas contravened. Shenstone Neighbourhood Plan, 4 areas disregarded. Councillor Salter will expand upon these breaches. The 2020 refusal at appeal precedent regarding the street scene was set at Oakwood Close, Ref 20/00721/FUL, situated on the same estate, has been raised in writing and not addressed. The sense of spaciousness enjoyed by all residents, and to remind you we have 13 objections, will be significantly taken away. This is an overdevelopment of the site leading to a sense of cramming. There has already been 2 fundamental errors relating to this application. 1, the incorrect plans in the January meeting, and 2, an ICO reportable data breach. There is a 3rd error, very significant error, that highlights that this application has not been assessed either fairly or correctly. Both within the public document pack and within the planning officer's presentation, you are shown land outlined in red, apparently belonging to the applicant. Approximately 100 square metres of land within the red area belongs to myself. Chair, I have the land registry documents for both 11 and 9 Foden Close with me today to prove this. The plot is significantly smaller, resulting in infill and cramming, and leaving the development positioned under 8 metres away from the primary window at number 11, with their outlook changing from an open view to a brick wall
Seconds remaining.
and being under the recommended distance, which leaves the decision to be open to a legal challenge. The applicant will state all neighbours have agreed to the location of the new double garage. You have 13 objections, and from neighbours to confirm this is not true. The application is retrospective. A word of caution. We now know that the current build to date is not in line with the application plan size and location. It is impossible to build to the plan submitted on land in ownership and raises a claim for trespass. We have raised questions as to whether the application drawings reflect the actual site dimensions on the ground. Whilst we recognise that if the garage is built contrary to any approved plans, might be subject to enforcement action, we consider it prudent in light of our questions to ensure that the proposed development can indeed be constructed in accordance with the plans and to be done wholly on land in ownership of the applicant, without encumbering own access driveway. The LPA will be aware that relying solely on Ordnance Survey data can lead to inaccuracies, and it would therefore be prudent for the land to be subject to a topographical survey. On legal advice given to us, this application, if approved today, will go to Ombudsman and judicial review. Planning decisions affect people's lives and the value of land. It is critical that the decision is made fairly and in accordance with policies that have been tested and found sound and in the public interest, like that of the refusal of appeal at Oakwood Close. There is-
Thank you very much indeed. Rebecca Hughes, thank you for that. We now have the committee board member. This is Councillor David Salter. Councillor Salter, I won't go to any great lengths to explain the situation. You know it very well. You have up to 10 minutes as the ward councillor, and so your time starts once you commence. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, members. Echoing and expanding on what Mrs. Bowes has stated, there are 3 main areas of concern which are entwined. One, the failure by the planning officer to recognise and take into consideration the 2020 precedent set at Oakwood Close, which is situated on the same estate. This matter has been raised in writing but seemingly ignored. 2, the numerous breaches of policy of Lichfield District Local Plan Strategy and the NPPF, including cramming and infill. 3, the development will be positioned under 8 metres away from 11 Foden Close's window, which is well under the recommended distance and leaves the decision open to be legally challenged. As you know, this application is to build a detached double garage at 9 Foden Close in front of the existing building line and the front elevation of both number 9 and number 11. This new large detached garage would sit to the left of the existing garage belonging to number 11 at an angle and protruding 3 metres in front of number 11's garage, resulting in this new garage giving number 11 a brick wall view from a habitable room window. You'll have seen from the pictures that the gap between the existing buildings of the original estate's design allows a sense of spaciousness within the cul-de-sac. This contribution of space gives to the area and creates an openness within the street scene. The proposal, if agreed, will result in cramming, which is in conflict with the Shenstone Neighbourhood Plans Policy H2 and breaches several other policies, which I will cover later. Despite the officer's comment about the possible inaccuracy of the what he terms as being photoshops, I would agree perhaps that the earlier photos using white blocks may be slightly inaccurate, but the latest ones that you saw in the presentation showing full brick were actually produced by a professional structural engineer, and they provide a true to scale visual effect of the new proposed garage should it be built. The view from Foden Close towards the application site is of the rural area in the near and far distant backgrounds. The view connects the cul-de-sac to its surrounding countryside and is considered to contribute positively to the character and appearance of the area. The sense of spaciousness enjoyed by all residents, and to remind you, we do have 13 objectors to this application, will be significantly taken away. This is an overdevelopment of the site leading to a sense of cramming. It should be noted that the original garden wall was 2 metres high. This proposed building will be 3.7 metres high, with its width filling almost a third of the length of the original vista. Moreover, a new wall has now been built, which I am informed according to the evidence remaining at its original junction with number 11's garage, is possibly up to half a metre higher than the original, thereby causing even more blocking of the view right across the area. It is also seemingly the case that the already laid foundations for this garage are not in conformity with the submitted plans. All of these points surely require further investigation before permission can be granted. I now apologise for having to go through the long list of policy and guideline breaches, but it is important to remember that I'm quoting some of the very same policies that were used by the Planning Office to refuse the 2020 application at Oakwood Close. Only a few streets away and on the same estate. It should also be remembered that refusal was upheld at appeal. The application contravenes the following. In Lichfield District Local Plan Strategy, Core Policy 3, Delivering Sustainable Development, at page 33, it states, protect and enhance the character of Lichfield District and its settlements. Policy BE1, High Quality Development, page 92, states that new development, including extensions and alterations, should carefully respect the character of the surrounding area and development in terms of layout, size, scale, design, and public views. The Sustainable Design Supplementary Planning Document at page 12, 3.5 includes public and private spaces such as private gardens and open spaces. At page 16, 3.33, small development sites, the demarcation of public, private spaces and boundaries, that all of that area is highlighted. And at page 25, Appendix A, space about dwellings and amenity standards for all development requires a satisfactory outlook within new developments and in relation to existing development. In the SPD, the wording on page 28 aims to avoid any undue overbearing impact on neighbouring properties in terms of outlook as a result of new development. This development will be positioned less than 8 metres from number 11's window. There are also breaches in the NPPF. At 2, Achieving Sustainable Development, page 5, 8B, page 36, and page 124 all refer to the desirability of maintaining an area's prevailing character and setting, including residential gardens. The officer's report states that there are no relevant policies in the Shenstone Neighbourhood Plan. In fact, there are 4. At page 22, section 6.1 states, backland development is defined as development on land behind the rear of a building line or other development, and is usually land that has previously been used as gardens or is partially enclosed by gardens. This site proposed is a combination of front and back gardens and has been used as enclosed back garden for 30 years. Section 6.11 defines infill and states infill development involves the development of a small gap in an otherwise built up frontage. It usually consists of frontage plots and comprises side gardens to existing houses. It has been seen from the pictures that this is without doubt infill. Section 6.13 states adverse impacts of inappropriate developments can include overshadowing, loss of green links, visual intrusion, loss of space between buildings. All of these apply to this application. And 6.14 states it is vital that the design of such developments does not have a negative impact on amenity of existing residents in the neighbouring properties. LDC has received 13 objections stating that it does in terms of the attractiveness of the street scene and views. As a direct comparison, an application was refused at appeal less than 2 years ago within the same estate on Oakwood Close for loss of open space and visual intrusion. It was refused for contravening fewer policies than this one at 9 Foden Close contravenes. I quote from the inspector's report. At point 4, the proposal would result in the loss of an important open area which provides visual relief within the expanse of houses in the area. And at point 5, the proposal would not be visible from the majority of properties in the area and would not obstruct views from neighbouring windows. I would remind you that this one actually does. The proposal would, however, be prominent within its immediate setting and from the public highway and would appear overbearing. It should be borne in mind that the refused application was only for a 2-metre high wall. This is for a near double that height building as well as a wall. The building of this double garage right up to the boundary line on a plot not adequately sized to accommodate this detached development will dominate the street scene even more than the refused proposal would have done. The claim that the garage replaces an existing building is misleading, in that it was a small, rotting wooden potting shed that was less than 2 meters in height behind the wall and could not be viewed from the street scene. In summary, and in respect of street scene, the proposed development, by virtue of its design, location and materials, will result in a loss of open space and visual intrusion, which is not within keeping of the open aspect of the estate. All 3 of the Millbrook Estates cul-de-sacs have open space design. All 13 objectors object on this basis, as Foden Close's only open space view will be lost. This application is detrimental to the character and appearance of the street scene and in stark conflict with all of the policies quoted earlier. In the many policies, guidelines and precedents made, they should not be ignored. I've raised many valid planning concerns which will allow the committee to go against the planning officer's recommendation, and I've highlighted the precedent which has been set by the upheld refusal of an almost identical situation on the same estate. At the very least, further investigation of these breaches must be considered. This development will be overbearing with impacts to the street scene and the amenity of residents. I urge the committee to refuse or at least defer or take back this application, particularly as has been revealed this evening that a third serious error exists within the application, namely that the plan's red-lined area encompasses 100 square metres of the neighbouring property. Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to give you a copy of this if you'd like to refer to it during deliberation.
If you wish to do that, that would be very useful. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you.
Councillor. We now have the third speaker. This is the applicant, Mr. Tom Smith. Mr. Smith, I think you are conversant with protocol, having attended this meeting only 1 month ago. You have 5 minutes, and with 30 seconds to go, you will be reminded of that fact. Thank you. Your time starts as soon as you commence speaking. Thank you.
Thank you, everybody, again. As everybody knows, from last month's meeting that we had, nothing has changed whatsoever with the proposed garage itself. I just want to quickly add, the proposed double garage that we're going to be building, in no way, shape or form is it going to be any disturbance to the actual visual part of the whole estate. I just want to also clarify that what was there before was a 10-foot high wall, and yes, behind it was a rundown shaft polycarbonate storage facility, which had subsidence. Well, it actually has subsidence in the floor, which made it quite dangerous and not fit for purpose for a 4-bedroom family home. So all we've done is kept a protocol and their procedures. And the double garage that we are proposed to do is going to be well within keeping within the actual Millbrook estate itself, with all the materials used that are going to be absolutely identical as the whole brickwork of the whole estate. And we will be making it aesthetically pleasing to look at as every other garage that is built upon the estate. As Mr. Sunter explained, the only discrepancy with it from last time was the actual gable end. So as far as I'm concerned, me and my family, we're only here just to determine exactly which way the gable is going to go. We're happy enough to build the gable as the existing way that it was proposed in last meeting. But obviously, however, the way that it's proposed to now for the front and the rear of the roof would look more aesthetically pleasing and would match next door's garage as well as the whole estate as well. I don't think I have anything else to add, so I won't ramble on. But I think it's fairly straightforward as to what the application is. And that's all I needed to add. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. Smith, thank you very much indeed for that. I'm going to now call upon Richard Sanford, the planning officer, just to answer some of the points which have been raised there, because obviously there's a lot of material which has been put into the domain here for us to think about. And I think quite a few of those points which have been made do need to be answered by the planning officer. So I'll hand over to you now, Richard. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. As to the red line boundary, that denotes the application site, the application site only. As part of any planning application, you are required to submit a plan showing the outline of the application site. That can include land in a third party or third parties ownership. What the requirement is in planning terms is that the appropriate notice is served on those other elements and the appropriate certificate signed. Now, the fourth certificate A says own on the land. Don't bother about certificate C and D because they're not particularly relevant. Certificate B says I don't own all the land by a certain notice on the just. And certificate B was signed on the 16th of November 22, submitted with the application. So, yes, part of the application site is owned by the third party. The effect of that is that it's a private civil matter between those two parties who are land. They will have certain rights of entry across that land. It is not for the local planning authority to be adjudicating that as a land ownership. That's purely with the courts to determine. We are looking at the public interest and the impacts in the public interest on the environment and the community of occupiers. The matters of land ownership are therefore the particular parties to resolve themselves and do the work necessary. If it transpires that the applicant isn't able to get access to the site for private reasons, then obviously they will not be able to build the garage. The other party will be able to enforce the civil court. That is a private civil matter. So in terms of planning, a red line has been submitted, certificate B has been signed, and that is on file, and therefore the issue of land ownership is a private civil matter beyond that. In terms of other appeal decisions, one has to be always careful. Although there is precedence in planning, one should always determine an application on its existing merits. I do understand that the proposal for 5 Oakwood Close was a repositioning of a fence. Not directly comparable with building of a garage. This officers have looked at on its particular merits in its location and have found it acceptable in planning terms. So that sort of is the main 2 points that I'd like to make a clarification on. Thank you very much for listening.
Richard, if I can just interject there with a question. The point was made about separation distances, and I think it was suggested by both speakers, by both the councillor and by the objector, that I think it was 8 metres separation distance. Can you just clarify that, please?
I have got the measurement to my tips on the fingers, I'm afraid, Chair. However, that impact of the garage on the owners of number 11 was assessed. That's in your report. There is a section of residential amenity which clearly says that having looked at that particular distance, given the location of the garage, given how much is in front of the existing garage, i.e. 3 metres, and also the angles of those 2 buildings, the officers with a firm opinion that any impact on residential amenity of the occupied in number 11 was acceptable.
And if you could just clarify for me as well, you mentioned about the certificate that was signed, certificate B, I think you referred to it, or something similar. Just remind me, who signs that certificate B?
It is for the applicant to sign the certificate. It's part of the application.
Okay.
So the applicant signs it and says, I don't own all the land, but notice on the party that does.
And how do we know that that is the case? I don't wish to be controversial, but
No,
I mean, you can say that unilaterally without having the permission of that third party.
Exactly, it could be done in theory, yes. I'm sure in practice it does from time to time. That would different parties to go to court, to say whether or not it's served or not served. And in what format. The applicant has made a declaration, as is required to do on the application form, that he has served notice onto the other owners of that land outlined.
Thank you, thank you. I don't wish to delve too deep into this. I wonder whether I can just ask the legal officer on that one, please. In a situation where the applicant has signed to say that the permission was sought from the neighbour, where do we stand there, please?
Thank you, Chair. The certificate isn't saying that permission's been sought by the neighbour. The certificate given is confirming that he doesn't own, somebody else owns the land within the application site. And he is saying he has served notice on that other person, notice of the application. So that's what the applicant is saying. He's telling the council that he doesn't own all of the application site. And he's telling the council that he doesn't, and because he doesn't own it, he has served notice on the person who he says does own it. And the council normally wouldn't go behind that certificate unless a query has been raised. The council can take that certificate on face value with the applicant certifying that. If then there becomes an issue that an incorrect certificate has been given, the council has to satisfy itself, an incorrect certificate has been given, as in this case, the council needs to satisfy itself that and make inquiries and be happy that the correct certificate has been given. I mean, in this case, the applicant has said that applicant has admitted he doesn't own all the land. You've heard the advice from the planning officer. That's it. The fact that he doesn't own all of the land isn't relevant for your consideration, but he does have to give a correct certificate, and if an incorrect certificate is given, he has to correct that defective certificate. I'll ask the planning officer. I don't know what the applicant. I'm assuming the applicant has served the relevant notice on the neighbour, but the neighbour's turned up today. The neighbour clearly knows, the landowner clearly knows about the application and has come and given, made representation. So they have been prejudiced by any defect in the certificate. Nevertheless, I'm just going to ask the planning officer what the situation is as regards the giving of the notice to the neighbour. Has the owner confirmed that that's been done?
We don't normally get the applicant to confirm that they signed the certificate and it's taken on read. There is a warning at the bottom of the application form that says that you need to ensure that the information given is correct. As noted in the meeting, lady who lives at number 11 is shaking her head saying that she hasn't had notice that the applicant is on the head that it has been served. I mean, ultimately, I would have thought that would be to the courts to decide, but as stated, as the owners of the other land being prejudiced, and obviously not because she's here to give evidence today.
Can I just ask, in terms of the certificate and the land ownership, I think, Chair, the best thing is for officers to suggest a short adjournment. So we're not discussing it in front of you. So I can just clarify some facts with the planning officer and then come back and give you some further advice. This means that the meeting will be adjourned for a short period for me to check the position with the planning officer in order that I can come back and give you some further advice. So the meeting, that's if you're prepared to do that rather than doing it for
Members, can I just ask then, are you willing to go along with that proposal that we adjourn the meeting for a very short period of time, just to seek clarification from the officers?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, this meeting is adjourned for a few moments whilst we just ensure that the officers are able to Thank you very much. So we are now live streaming. I welcome you all back, and again, I do apologise for that impromptu cessation of the proceedings here at Lichfield. So I'm going to just ask now for clarification, I think in the first instance from the planning officer, Richard Sunter, and I think Richard may then defer to the legal officer, Jane Cotton, for a ruling on this. Richard, please.
Okay, Chair, looked at the information that's been brought by the applicant, shows a video of him walking across to the property at number 11, delivering a letter. I think it's common ground that a letter was delivered between the applicant and the neighbour at number 11. And it's also been confirmed with what the neighbour of what was posted at that address. That included a short letter, and it also included a drawing, basically the drawing which is in front of us today for the link. Just go back so I can actually show you what was said in terms of that. So the letter and there's this drawing. This is common ground. I will now defer to the county solicitor to the effect of that.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Right, the reason that officers have had to satisfy themselves because the issue has been raised by the objector that a correct certificate has been given. Based on the information that officers received, officers are happy that the correct certificate has been given in terms of the land ownership, and the correct information that was required to be given to the object was given in that information. There's no one statute, there is a statutory standard form, suggested form, but that the information is required to be given in substantially the same form. But lots of authorities do it in a slightly different way. But officers are satisfied that the notice and the information has been given are satisfied the minimum standard requirements for the notice. So the correct certificate's been given. The objector who's come here today is clearly not prejudiced in any way because they're fully aware of the application, and this is the second time they've come and made further representations about the application. All I would say, members, is that on the basis of the certificate procedure, that's all been followed, and you can go ahead and make the decision tonight on that basis, based on the officer information.
Thank you very much, Jane Cotton, there, the council solicitor, the legal officer. Members, without wishing to prolong this application any further, you now have heard the report from Richard Sunter. You've heard the legal opinion as well. You've heard the objectors, and you've also heard the applicant speak for themselves, and also the ward councillor. I think we now have reached the stage where I'm just going to ask for a decision. Can we have someone? Can we have a proposer and a seconder, please? Councillor Hope. So you're okay, so you're proposing approval, and I think that's seconded. I'm going to take Councillor Cross at the back. You put your hand up first, Councillor Cross. Councillor Cross is seconding that for approval. So could I have a vote, please, on this? It has taken an unconscionably long time to get to this point. Can I please have a show of hands for those who wish to approve this application in line with the officer's recommendation, please? I think that is unanimous, as far as I can see. It is unanimous. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, members. And thank you very much to those watching online for bearing with us, and to the members of the public who are here this evening in the chamber as well. We now move on to the next application on the list, which is 21-01595 League FULM. This is Lambeth Burton Road, Prepay Lichfield. And we do have speakers here. We have the member and also the applicant's agent. Before that, I'm going to ask the Senior Planning Officer, Kerry Challoner, to take us through the report, please, for this application at the Land of Birkin Road, Street Head. Kerry Chandler, when you're ready, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Second, item on tonight's agenda concerns, the report, page 19, onwards in your report. We're looking at, an area, Land of Birkin Road, Street Hay in Village. The application site is set out there, outlined in red. And to the, I think if I just go to the area view, shows it. So to the rear of the site, we've got South Stans Wall Pumping Station. We've got the Burton Road, which is one of the main sort of roads into and out of Lichfield along there. We've got the Roman Heights development, which is to the north. We've got some industrial employment buildings to the west. And we've got Trent Valley cottages, which I'll come back to later on in this presentation. It's along the eastern elevation there. And then Bexmore Drive, which is around, and some of the properties of Bexmore Drive also back on the sides. The A38 runs along from here. The site is currently grassland and is allocated in the local plan under policy LC1, local plan allocation document. Policy LC1 sets out this site for 38 residential houses and site L10 of that policy. The application is before you this evening because we've had some significant objections from the parish council. Their objections are set out at the start of the officer report. Just take through some photographs. So this is the site, as you can see, grassland in the background there, you've got properties in Bexmore Drive, and then this is the rear boundary with the Trent Valley properties. The bottom, this is a view from the Burton Road, effectively looking across the site at the South Stacks, rather large M4 station at the back there. Photograph 3 is the crossing, the existing crossing of the Burton Road. So as you can see, there's a sort of raised section in the middle. I'm sure there's probably a technical name for that, which Mark will tell us about later. And then on this side of the road, you've got the Roman Heights developments with its associated local centre, primary school, etc. And on this side of the road is the application site. That's the photograph 4 is the Roman Heights development view of the back. That was very different. Now that's been built out from the aerial view that shows you earlier. Photograph 5 is just a view of the front of the site, showing the hedging that's along there. So this is the policy map that's in one of the policy maps that's linked to our local plan, basically, and that is the site there allocated for housing. The proposal before you is for 30 houses, 11 of which would be affordable houses, and they're all located around a cul-de-sac. There's a reason why most of the houses are sort of set in from the edge of the site, and that's constrained heights and the necessary easements that are required. So there's one way in, one way out on the Burton Road, and the Suds Pond will be at the front of the site. The proposals include hedging, which would be removed from the frontage and from some of the side boundaries, and it would be replaced as part of the proposals. In terms of the frontage, the proposals include a 2 metre wide footpath, which currently isn't there. The proposals also include a cantilever bus stop, which would be new. There's currently a bus stop which is pretty unacceptable further on Burton Road. The proposal also make provisions for a proper pedestrian crossing across that crossing point that we showed you. We've got some streeting of the houses. So you've got a good mix across the site, although it doesn't strictly comply with the mix, there have been some constraints that the developer have had to achieve. Or has had to overcome, sorry. And the proposals include the housing mix of 1, 2, 3, and 4 and 5 bedroom houses, with the majority, well, 2 and 3 bedrooms are all above 33%, so we've got quite a mix across the site. Despite it not being strictly in compliance with what's being looked at. The site has one access, as I said earlier, a class 5 road, which is quite a busy road. Highways have had quite a lot of dealings with this. We've been backwards and forwards to make sure that that access, the width is correct, and we've got the facilities. Each property will be provided with a cycle storage. Yeah, and there will be, some of the houses have garages, which we have electric vehicle charging points. Acoustic fencing is provided along the western boundary of the site and along the rear boundary in particular, and then some acoustic boundary treatments to the front of the site as well, which aid in noise mitigation. The site is in a flood zone 1, and a flood risk assessment has been submitted because of the size of the site, and demonstrate that there's no flooding or drainage issues in the form. Landscaping is also proposed, and some of the landscaping helps mitigate the biodiversity impact of the site. As you'll see in the report, it is acknowledged that there will be a biodiversity loss, and that they should be like to get 20% gain. So, adding all that together, the ecologists are happy that we can deliver some ecology gains on site with the replanting of native paper, cat boxes, bird boxes, etc. And then the applicant has agreed to fund 3.12 biodiversity units that offset off-site at a cost of £109,200. And that will be delivered by us as council over the next 30 years and certified site. Condition 6, you all know, also requires biodiversity enhancement and a management plan to make sure that what we do deliver on site is good enough. It also just, the last slide of my presentation just shows a section, and this is to address residential amenity concerns. So the Trent Valley cottages and the separation distances are all met by this proposal, and that just shows the relationship there down that western boundary. And that concludes my presentation. The recommendation is to approve subject to the legal agreement. Covers education, contribution, unit, affordable housing to be provided on site, management and maintenance of the public open spaces, etc. A healthcare contribution and climate change tax contribution for the 11 dwellings that are affordable. The rest of the climate change tax contribution will be captured through the bill. There are a range of conditions for that.
Kerry, thank you very much indeed for that report. There you are, members. Very comprehensive report there by Kerry Challoner. We have 2 speakers. First of all, it's Councillor Harry Warburton, who is the ward member. Councillor Warburton, as you will know, you have 10 minutes to speak. You may not wish to take the whole of the 10 minutes, but you are free to use it should you wish. We also have the applicant's agent, someone quite well known to us here at the Planning Committee at Lichfield. It's from CT Planning, it's Mr. Christopher Timothy. So welcome to you, Mr. Timothy, this evening. Councillor Warburton, you have 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to talk a bit because the thing that concerned me about the application, not so much the houses or it's the traffic and specifically the traffic plan, which didn't seem to fit in with what I remember and what I know of Burton Road. Burton Road, as you all know, is a very busy road that nobody really wants in their constituency, to be honest. Certainly not in my patch. It's one of those 30-mile-per-hour roads, which everybody does 40 on. Especially coming up the A38, because it just goes straight into it. And even going out, the young blades tend to use it as a runway to get up to the A38. Remember also, it's the major ingress and egress for 38-ton trucks. It only has a very narrow pavement on the other side. So if you say walking to the parish council play area, you do it with your heart in your mouth. But when I looked at the report, there's a number of things which weren't quite right. I don't think the action report should have only gone back 5 years. I mean, we had 2 or 3 years of COVID and now the road's closed. I know of at least 3 other accidents, one of which was a fatality, which was when somebody who's walking the dog was hit by a speeding car and thrown into our play area. So we had to get a digger out to remove the body and the body fluids and stuff. That's not mentioned here. There's another accident outside Ashtree Lane in this period, which removes part of the wall from Bev Booth's house in the corner and the hedge opposite. And when I was looking for the date of that, I found there's another one up by the station where there was 3 traffic incidents in 3 days. So there are more, and I think we have to look back to when this road was really busy. We've had all this COVID and now the road's shut, so it's really difficult to just say that. And also, I want to know, I think you should ask when this report was done. One of the issues with doing the full plan for the district was the traffic survey, because by then COVID had hit. And if this was done now, when the road was shut all through COVID, that's not right. You're not taking it correctly. Certainly before COVID, then it would take me 40 minutes to get from Burtnell Road into a meeting at 6 o'clock. I'd have to leave at 5:20 to get here by 6. So, and that changes things, I think, because if you've got traffic like that in the rush hour, and when people are going to school, it's, you know, it's not really what we should be thinking of. And also people taking right to get into this state and all that sort of thing. So we have to look at traffic as it was, not as now, because at the moment we live in fantastic serenity because the road's shut, at least half of it is anyway. The thing I also couldn't work out from the number of plans we have is where the bus stop is. And if there's going to be another crossing, because we already have one bumping crossing put in so kids could get to the play area. Now we've got the traffic lights, we've got another one on the bridge, and are we saying another one? Because that just, but you have to have that, because I'm not sure if you put the bus stop and move the bus stop away from the Trent Valley cottages, then they can't get the bus. So they've got to run over the road and then run back again to get to the bus stop. If you have it, leave it where it is, you can't get there anyway, because there's only a very narrow pavement for private land to get to that bus stop. So I'd want to be absolutely sure again that this traffic, it really does work. And if you move the bus stop near the entrance, then you have people coming out, you have a bus stop, and you have the risk of kids running across the road. You know, we all know what it's like when you put a development like this near the road. So I just want to think of all that within the traffic plan. And if you think it's good enough or accurate enough, bearing in mind what we've been through in terms of reduction in traffic. And some of the other things, but just by the by, because they're in the plan anyway. One is talk about Street A school, but we can't be sure our kids will get in there. As a new school is building up its years, as they do, start at year 1 and 2, and then they move their classes up. So some of the higher years may not be available. And also, I'm not convinced that's Neverstone's catchment either. This side of the road, the road I live on, really is King Edward's catchment and St Michael's. Now, I don't know about this particular site because it's obviously not been for housing before, but you just need to check if that's correct, because there's no traffic time, but cycling times, and that will be quite difficult to get to St Michael's from there. I certainly I would like to cycle that way. So it's within, you know, I know the sites within the plan, you know, the houses are the houses, it's just, the thing that's agitating everybody here is that this site, this road, you know, to the east of Street A is busier, getting busier. You know, we've got 200 houses just to the west of us on that roundabout. On Buffer Depot, we've got another 200 coming in the estate itself. We've got the old people's house. We all know we had that letter about the GC Cinter site being a Marks and Spencer and Aldi, I believe. So I don't know where that is, but that will have to happen. All these things have got to have traffic plans, and they can't be treated separately. And then we have the beauty of the industrial site, Liberty Park, which is not yet open. So they're going to have people come in and traffic. So it's always been a big moan of mine that I've never seen as a councillor to the east of Street A or east of Lichfield, a comprehensive travel plan which gets all these things together. So it's just not to say that. That may not be legally even taken to mind on this application, but I wanted to say it anyway. So I just ask that you look at these points and consider as part of the application in case anything needs to be improved or changed for this particular application, because I do like to be able to drive into Lichfield.
Thanks. Yes, Councillor Warburton, thank you very much indeed for that. You didn't quite utilise your full 10 minutes, thank you. Mr. Christopher Timothy, you will know that you have 5 minutes, and with 30 seconds still to go, you will be advised of that fact by the lady on my left-hand side, Christine Lewis. Your 5 minutes will commence as soon as you start speaking. Thank you.
Chairman and members of the committee, good evening. As Mrs. Challoner said in her opening, the application site is allocated within the local plan allocations document. To allay Councillor Warburton's concerns, that plan was adopted in July 2019 prior to COVID. That local plan would have been subject to scrutiny and the highway implications of not only this development, but the whole of the allocations in your plan, including those under construction at the moment, were taken into consideration. If the highways were unsafe, the plan would not have been found to have been sound. As part of the current application, where obviously we look at the detailed implications, the development isn't going to achieve the 38 houses allocated in the plan. We're only going to achieve 30. This is on account of the fact that we need to take account of the existing pipe work serving the water treatment works and the necessary easements. And also we need to provide on-site balancing for surface water. Hence, we don't quite achieve the yield that was anticipated in the local plan. In terms of the traffic implications, the application has been accompanied by a transport assessment that has been undertaken and prepared in accordance with the requirements of Staffordshire highways. Unusually for an application of this size, it has also had a road safety audit produced. As part of that whole exercise, and that's been, as Mrs. Challoner outlined to you, has been basically the main basis of the discussions that have taken place during the life of this application. And all of those reports have resulted in the Highways Authority supporting this application. But as part of those discussions, the applicants have agreed to provide for a controlled pedestrian phase to the existing traffic light junction to the west of the site. So there will be a significant improvement to road safety from that, which in itself will of course have a calming effect on traffic. We will also be providing a 2-metre footpath across the front of the site where presently there is none, with good access to a new bus stop providing for public transport. So I understand and fully cognizant of the concerns of local residents and the parish council, and this is why so much effort has gone into addressing those concerns. But as I said to you, the Highway Authority have outlined their requirements, and they are to be met, and the financial contributions made by the applicants as part of this development. So in short, this development will secure the development of an allocated site. It will deliver housing that is required and allocated on this site in the local plan. It will secure high quality development, which is in a location that will facilitate the use of sustainable modes of transport, not just the car. It has a safe and convenient vehicle access, which would not impact upon highway safety. The development is entirely consistent with the policies in the Lichfield local plan, including your sustainable design, SPD, and thus the living conditions of neighbouring properties are safeguarded. The applicant will enter into a Section 106 agreement to secure the necessary improvements to local infrastructure, and that includes a significant contribution to education. And in these circumstances, I ask you to grant planning permission subject to the conditions and the Section 106 obligations recommended to you by your officers. Thank you.
Mr. Timothy, thank you very much indeed for that. So there you are, members. You've heard the board members' thoughts and also the applicant's agents, Mr. Timothy. I think some of you will have comments to make, I would imagine. I'm just going to ask Mark Evans. Mark, thank you very much for attending this evening. You've travelled from Stafford County Highways to be here this evening. Quite a lot of the points that were raised by Councillor Warburton, I think, did concern highway issues. You'd just like to very quickly take us through your appraisal, if you like, of that. I'd be very grateful. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening, members. Good evening, everybody. I'll just pick up on praising what Councillor Warburton has stated. Firstly, I'd like to pick up, obviously, the application in front of this is 30 dwellings. Now, without wishing to bore you in terms of quantum of development, the applicant put a transport statement in the document that Councillor Warburton is referring to. We would not normally require that level of assessment for this side of development. They have gone above and beyond the level whereby that document is required. But normally we wouldn't see that level of detail that they have submitted. If it doesn't meet the threshold, certainly not the threshold for that document. So they have provided more evidence than we would normally have seen because they haven't met the threshold. So that's a positive. It gives you a bit more comfort that they have done due diligence, because we would not normally require that size of document. In terms of, yes, it's a major road, and yes, there is a speed limit down there. All of the street hay development, including the 200 extension, has been modelled. You will no doubt remember all of the previous applications that we put in front of you. Off-site highway contributions of over £1.2 million have been secured from the owners, millers, for highway improvements. All that area has been modelled in terms of the traffic impact, including Liberty Park. I did that application myself recently and back in 2016. All that was modelled. Again, additional highway contributions have been sought for the development of the area. So, whilst you are looking at the application on its own tonight, please be assured all of the community development in the area has been modelled. Subsequent contributions have been obtained from the developers to mitigate their impact on the network. In terms of accidents, the applicant has done what they are required to do, is to go back 5 years. There is no requirement to go back further. Granted, you could say that going with the COVID, but we can go back further ourselves when we check things out. But the applicant is not required to do anything further than that. So again, no issues with what the applicant has given in terms of this submission. In terms of traffic surveys, again, the applicant has gone above and beyond what they would have been required for a development of this size. It has been difficult through COVID. A lot of developments that have come forward have not had traffic counts done because of lockdowns. Then the slow release from lockdown, we put off doing traffic counts. But I will again reiterate, this application did not have to provide this level of detail for us to have given the reply we have given. They have gone over the threshold to provide the detail. In terms of bus stop, which I think is one of the final points, there is an existing bus stop, Mr. Chandler pointed out by the cottages. We have spoken to our public transport team. The bus stop is currently a pole and a flag. You stand out in the rain, wind and whatever. It has minimal usage at the moment and is not brilliantly accessible. We have a development here, 30 new housing, 30 new occupiers who we would like to encourage to use public transport or walk to the nearby railway station or cross the road to the nearby school. That requires footway. We couldn't get a footway to the existing bus stop as it's too narrow. So in order to, I suppose this is potentially the compromise, in order to make the new development attractive for public transport use, the developer was willing to put a brand new footway along the whole of the site frontage and at their own cost provide a bus shelter that currently doesn't exist, therefore making it more attractive for anybody who does want to use public transport. Obviously, the hedge has been removed, but it's being replaced by a brand new one behind the footway, so there's no loss in hedge, it will come back. But obviously, the Department for Transport is keen to encourage walking, is keen to encourage cycling, and is keen to encourage the use of public transport. So from a highway point of view, the discussion with the applicant was we put that at the forefront of traffic to try and encourage people to walk more locally and to use what is a frequent bus service realistically into the city centre. Yes, at the detriment to whoever may live in the nearby cottages, but in our opinion that outweighs the use of the new housing development that once the first dwelling is occupied, that bus stop will be there. It won't be put in at the last, it's there from the beginning. I'll just wrap up. I'm happy to take questions going along, and I'll just pick up on one final point. Is, as members know, I always say it, but I will always reiterate. In terms of the National Planning Policy Framework, we only have two reasons to recommend highway refusal. One is highway safety. As you've heard, the developer has done a road safety audit, which again is above and beyond what is required for response and development. And we are satisfied that we have safe and suitable access between London and Burn Road. The only other reason is severity, as in a severe impact on the quantum of cars that is being pushed onto the network. We are only talking 30 units. Again, the road safety audit and our own expertise that we have no legitimate reason to refuse this application from a highway point of view under the National Planning Policy Framework. Happy to take further questions, Chair. I hope that answers the question.
Mark, thank you very much indeed for that. And yes, you've addressed, I think, all of the points that were raised. And thank you very much. I know that you've done a comprehensive amount of work in researching this application. So we very much appreciate your professional knowledge and input this evening. Thank you. Councillor Powell, you wish to speak.
Yes, thank you, Chair. It's just a quick thought. It looks a nice little development. Yeah, it looks like a bus stop and a welcome. However, I couldn't quite see from those plans whether you've got any sort of footpath or anything coming through in the existing house that would be sort of behind and down towards the old cottage. Yeah, there's cottages. I was thinking more from behind than up. Where council walls and that is, etc., that sort of area. Are you feeling any footpaths through there in this development to get to the bus stop? If not, why not? Can we do something about it?
Yes, very clear.
Sorry, I've written it down. So I think Councillor Powell alluded to linkages through to Bexmore Drive, perhaps. Yeah. Unfortunately, there's landlordship issues in terms of achieving that. So basically, we can't achieve that in this scenario. Currently, Bexmore Drive occupiers have to follow the rule grounds, and that would stay in that case.
Thank you, councillor Powell. Councillor Ray, please.
Yes, I was just going to say, I'm comfortable to sort of propose that we recommend this, we go with the proposal to recommend. From my point of view, from a affordable housing point of view, it's acceptable. From a housing mix point of view, it's being said, it's an allocated site in the local plan, and actually 30 units rather than 38 was originally in the plan. And from what Mr. Ward has said, that I'm comfortable and satisfied from a hybrid point of view. And also we need to remember there are some significant section 1 and 6 contributions to be made by the developer and policy application. So I'm proposing the
Thank you very much. So that's been formally proposed there by councillor Ray. Do we have a second of these? Councillor Cross, you wish to second?
Yes.
Do you wish to speak as well?
Yes, Chair. No.
Okay, I have others just in line. Before we take a vote on this, then I'll come back to councillor Cross, please, if I may. Councillor Baker, you wish to make a comment?
Thank you, Chairman. The Councillor Powell raised some of the issues. I just wanted to confirm that the footpath, will that run from where the existing bus stop is as well, so people can get along to the new one?
Just to clarify, the garden of this property on the end of Trent Valley Cottages extends quite close to the highway, so there isn't actually a footpath there now. And that prevents there being a footpath in there. I think, there might be, that's an argument for another day highway perhaps. I think that might be part of the highway fancy kind of absorbed by the garden, we're not sure, but as it stands at the moment, that will be part of the proposal. People from here across the road as they do now to get to the other end, the footpath on the other side. However, the footpath will be provided along the full frontage of the site. And if it is possible to link it up on Shore Highway, we'll take that on.
Thank you. My second question is just confirmation. We have actually conditioned that the hedge will be replaced, haven't we? Yeah. I think you guessed I'll probably ask that. I think that is important to tie to and it is a gateway to Lichfield. Might have been a bit of a fast road.
We have conditions, I can't see it now, but
I couldn't find it, but
oh, sorry, we've conditioned the biodiversity enhancements and habitat management plan. Hedge will form part of that. And we've asked for notification, which is backed up in one of the forms is form 6, I think. And then we've got a further condition to say if it dies in 5 years.
right, thank you. I'm glad you asked the native. That was going to be my next suggestion. And then finally, I'll just going back to some of the comments Councillor Warburton would say. We've got another crossing further down, haven't we, towards the roundabout? What sort of crossing is that going to be?
So the crossing at the moment. There we go. It's this crossing here. So basically, I think it might have I don't think it's got tactile pavement on either side, has it? No, so it's basically an island in the middle of the road, probably has a technical name, and people have to cross across halfway, maybe run a bit, depending on what traffic is like. Currently the traffic is probably not that busy because of the A38 works. However, as part of the proposal, it will be a signalised junction, and there'll also be tactile pavement as part of that. And the paths obviously will link up all the way around.
Thank you. I just wanted to get a bit of signalised or not. Couldn't remember that. Could we? Thank you.
Okay, Kerry, thank you very much, and thank you very much there to councillor Baker, my vice chair. The other speaker I have is councillor Humphreys, and then councillor Cross, and then I think we're going to go to the vote. Oh, councillor Anketel as well. Yes, councillor Humphreys, please.
Thank you very much, Chairman. In the highway safety, being that the island to the left is so close, is it not really one of those instances where coming out of the driveway street development could be a turn left only to say having to cross the road? Because it doesn't look to me as if there are any plays slowing down. So there are, I think there's a case there for it to go left and then round the island to go right. Highways.
Okay, shall I just bring in Mark Evans, please? If you can just answer that one, Mark. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. What you're proposing, councillor, is obviously the junction that you see on the left-hand side of the image on screen there is traffic signal. It's not like traffic island. That is the actual existing traffic lights into the Street A development. So what they have to do is go further west off that drawing down to Captain's Lane on and to turn around and come back again if that's what you're thinking. In terms of the site itself, any new junction onto a highway is required to provide visibility space, so you can see to the left and to the right. They are on the drawings, they meet the standards. Again, what I'm saying, given the quantum of development, there is no highway reason to ban a right turn. The visibility space on there, probably say, due care and attention when pulling out, there is no highway safety reason to justify that stance, given the quantum of development.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Councillor Humphries. Very quickly then, Councillor Cross, then Councillor Anketell, and then Councillor Evans as well. Okay. Right, Councillor Evans, you will be the last one to speak before we take the vote on this. Thank you. Councillor Cross, please.
Thank you, Chair. I find this development a very nice little development in that particular area. It's a scrubby area at the moment. I feel it's been well designed by the architects and well thought through with the officers. And it will be a very nice little development once completed. And therefore, I support and second the proposal.
Thank you very much indeed, Councillor Cross. We'll come on to the vote in just a second then. Councillor Anketell, Councillor Evans next, and then the vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm happy to have more houses in Litchfield. I'm not happy with the council, with the housing mix, however. Looking at our policy in the table down there in section 2.2, for 1, 2, and 3 bedroom houses, the total is supposed to be 87%, and the actual total down there is 73%. So we're aiming for 87%, and we're getting 73%. Whereas the total for 4 and 5 bedroom houses is 12%, and the actual percent is 23.5%, nearly double. So as far as I'm concerned, there is a shortage of affordable houses, which is what we need most of. We need lots of houses of all sizes, but we need desperately need more affordable houses. So I object to the development. More of this great, not enough affordable houses.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I'm just looking at the table myself on those of you who want it. It's on page number 54, I think. I was on. Is that correct? 54. Oh, it's on 54. I don't know why. Anyway, 2 1-bed, 10 2-bed, and 10 3-bed. I think it's very difficult to always follow religiously the aspiration that we have for the housing mix. There will always be slight deviations from it. I accept that the deviation is perhaps slightly more than you would have wanted. I personally wouldn't wish to be too pedantic on this. I tend to agree with Councillor Cross. I think it's quite a nice development, and I think it will provide some very, very decent housing for, well, it's going to be 30 houses, so that's 30 families or 30 individuals who are going to find, if it is passed, of course, somewhere rather nice to live, notwithstanding the rather busy road adjacent to it. But I take your point, and I know that you are a great champion of the affordable housing and the correct housing mix. So I take on board your points. Thank you. Councillor Cross, and then, Councillor Cross, you've spoken. It's now Councillor Evans and then the vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to say again about affordable properties, because I think we have improved from what we've had in the past. And the fact that this is quite a small development is even more reason that the percentages are not as diverse as we've had in the past. So I think that that's an important issue. I'm really glad that we are getting more on the right percentages for affordable properties, because it is vital. And it is certainly advantageous for people who want to remain and live in Litchfield, younger people to get on the housing ladder. So I'm pleased about the percentage increasing on other developments that we've seen in the past.
Thank you, councillor Evans. Yes, I mean, of the 30 houses, 22 of them are 3-bedroom or smaller. So I think that provides quite a reasonable mix. Members, you've heard all the arguments for and against. You've heard the ward councillor, you've heard the applicant's agent as well. This has been, it is recommended for approval by your planning officer, and we do have a proposal for approval from councillor Ray, and that has been seconded by councillor Cross. Members, would you please show those of you in favour of approving this application, please? I think that's 9. That's 10. So we have 10 for, any against, please? And we have 1 against. Thank you. So by a vote of 10-1, members, you have approved that application, which is 21/01595/FULF. So I declare that application has been approved by this planning committee here tonight. Thank you, members. I'd like to thank as well the ward member, Councillor Warburton, and of course the applicant's agent. Members, if you want to go and refill your glasses or your coffee cups, I know we've already had a break, but a 3-minute break, please, and then you must come back and we must reconvene. distancing himself from this debate. Members, welcome once again as we reconvene. We now move on to the next application, and this is 21/01956/OUTFLM. And this is land south of Shortcuts Lane in Lichfield. So I'm going to call now on Sarah Willits, the Senior Planning Officer, and you're going to take us through this report, aren't you? This is quite an involved application, quite a complex one, but I'm sure that Sarah will take us through it in a logical fashion. Members, if you'd like to look towards the screen, and I'll hand you over to Sarah Willits. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. There is a set of photographs and a short presentation, but I tried to keep it as brief as possible, just to give you a really good flavour of what the development's about. This is a hybrid application for the construction of 500 dwellings, although 169 of those have actually been built under phase 2A, which you will note later in the presentation. This submission then focuses on the remaining 331 dwellings, and they are proposed in detail. So you have the floor plans, elevations, treatment, etc. There are two water areas identified as part of this scheme, which is an outline element for the commercial and community centre, along with the new primary school provision for the county council. This context of this site dates back to an outline application, as members may recall, in 2012 for 450 dwellings, which was granted in 2018, subject to a raft of conditions and a section 106. Following that, the southern bypass area, which you probably make out on the you can see that there, the southern bypass area was constructed within that gap there and has since been completed. And a reserve matters application has then been received for 2A and was approved in 2019. You'll see from the photographs that much of this space has now actually been built out and includes a protected route that can now facing the bypass along with the surface balance. The main point of this particular site, I'll take you on to, is that you won't be able to see it necessarily from the aerial shots, but the site has a general form towards the northeast. So the land is quite undulating, has an agricultural appearance, and falls from Knoll Hill, which is in the southern area, towards the northeast, towards Marsh Lane, over this former hill. The southern part of the site is rebuilt. The most definitive part of this site is the landform known as Knoll Hill. The railway also forms boundary with the west, which is running down here. And the bypass forms boundary to the north of the main site. And obviously there's a small element of the site which is on the northern side of the bypass. In this instance, in terms of topography, Knoll Hill is particularly prominent landform with potential views across the city and has been subject in the past to various archaeological digs. And works have been discovered Bronze Age finds, and the hill may or may not be a natural limestone. It actually might be something more like a barrow, but that has not been concluded at this point. I'll quickly whip you through some of the pictures. What I have done is I've taken some pictures in relationship to what's there to give you a flavour. So these first four photographs are in respect to phase 2B, which sits on the northern side, which is, as I said, identified by 4 arrows. So you can take you through across the top part of it. So if I click on to the next one, you then have 4 shots which show the land in relationship to Shortcuts Close, Wordsworth, I think it's called Lane, Wordsworth Close and Simon Lane. The next photograph is 5 and 6, and they are constructed wall style properties which front on to the protected canal route, which, as I said, you can probably see in the foreground here. we just make out the bank, which has been done, and obviously we keep all of the main entrances coming into the site. So photo 7 is taken across, looking back towards London Road, and some of the more traditional type dwellings surrounding the site. We've taken over a fence, so I do apologise for the strange angle. And so it's photograph 8, because there's a large boundary fence that at the moment defines the edge of the present development. Photograph 8 looks out over the school sites to the south. Some of these photographs, 9 and 10, relate to some of the street scenes, what's actually been constructed. This forms part of the locally equipped play area, which forms part of phase 2A. And photograph 10 is one of the typical street scenes, which is Turner Road, which is, as I said, it's one of the main routes around the development, and it's looking towards the east, so it's basically looking back towards London Road. And photograph 11 is Turner Road looking in the opposite direction, west. And photograph 12 is the area of the commercial land, which is going to come forward by the outline application. And this particular building is one of the brick substations that this forms part of it. And the next set of photographs is street scene looking from Turner Road down Winter Street into the central part of phase 2A. As I said, you can make out some of the landscaping that has been installed. As I said, at the moment that landscaping is not mature, but you can make out some tree stakes within the garden blocks as well. Trees have been now put into the blocks. And the final shot is the street scene from Turner Road, and it, as I said, goes round a bit of a circle, looking back towards, as you can see in the very far distance, which is here, is back towards the bypass road, and you can see the edge of the larger wall buildings and the outside again. This is one an important area of the phases, different colours. The phases. You have the central phase, which is 2A, so it's already been constructed, and that includes a SUDS area to the north. You've got the orangey, the orange and brown section. Section C is 2C, is this area here. It's a more arts and crafts style dwellings. Replicating more of the traditional nature of London Road, which is picked up here. Phase 2B is, I describe it as blue. I mean, I don't know what that actually is blue, and it's here. Phase D is in aqua colour here, and the two areas here. This is the retail or commercial community area, and this is the area set aside for the primary school. The edge of the development is quite definitive here, and that is due to the Greenbelt boundary, and the rest of the development is set aside for a district park, and that district park has a green, what I describe as a green finger, which runs up through the central park towards the commercial area, and this is tree lines and landscapes. All of the district park has been lined landscapes and has paths running through it, and it also includes free playing pitches, allotments, a small car park to serve the allotments, changing room, and a changing sport facility. Following shots are, that's the layout of the development per se, so you can make out the existing development that we've seen pictures of, and then we have the area to the north of the bypass, area C, area B, and area D, and then the landscaping and with the packages, the allotments, and there is also a deep and trim trail involved in that areas. All I've done is I've just provided a couple of photographs and inspected some of the house types. These are more traditional house types, brick type with a grey roof with a very traditional sort of porch entrance. And said, and the affordable housing follows the same pattern, with the same brickwork and roof type. And then finally, I've put in some coloured street elevations for the development. These street elevations refer to phase D, which is the, as I said, is the area to the railway line. So it's on the western side. And these are typical street scenes within that area, showing the different house types and the parking and how it would look. Obviously, this is showing the mature landscape, but obviously we would look to, as I said, that would happen over a number of years. And finally, there are some the applicant has finally provided some 3D shots of phase 2D, in respect to the street scene and the layout, with the trees being more mature, and how it would appear as you would slide down the street, as it were. So that is a more of an artist's impression, but it helps give you a little bit of context in terms of the overall appearance of property on the street. So there are a number of issues in terms of this is a sustainable location with a good link to the city via footpath, cycle, and in on the proposed district. It is an allocated site within the local plan. And it follows the development per se, follows the principles of the master plan that was established in 2012. House types and density are acceptable and do meet with the housing type and density and affordable housing requirements. And the density mix follows much more of the character areas that have been developed within the site. With the density lowering towards the urban edge of the green belt, and that's been put within your supplementary document, just for some assistance to understand how those densities work. The hierarchy of those streets has been maintained with the primary, secondary, and the novelty private drives, and with the large units being primarily on corners by way of wayfinding. The development follows secure by design principles. The landscaping has been provided per the plot. The photographs show that there's some hedging, and all the plots have a very good definition of public and private space. Parking frontages have been broken up to a degree in respect to front parking, with parking divided on the front and outside of plots. The site has an extensive green area across the whole of the site, with a very large landscape district park to the south, and this park has been proposed with a mixture of native planting to assist with biodiversity and meets over 20% of the biodiversity units. The applicant has also indicated that they're more than willing to provide other ecology mitigation in respect to bird back boxes and potentially hedgehog fencing as well within the development. One of the most important or interesting areas is obviously Knoll Hill. It is within the district park. It is a very significant feature, and it is within that landscape area. Its significance and its findings are not conclusive at the moment. However, there have been archaeological work undertaken in that area. And because of the sports pitches being within the district park, further archaeological work has been secured in respect of fencing to secure, to find out whether or not there's any more archaeological finds to be had. I think that is, as I said, it is a comprehensive scheme. It has got a large amount of difference, and it has got a comprehensive scheme for 106, which includes 38% affordable housing provision, school provision and land given over to the county council. And also travel plans, and the provision and maintenance of the commercial centre and community building. I would refer you to the supplementary planning report, which as I said, it is complex and it is a different side. And obviously, we have ongoing discussions with the applicant in terms of conditions, because there's a lot of conditions. We have to obviously bear in mind that some of the developments are actually being built. And we also need to address and finalise section 106 terms in the future report. So in this instance, officers request that if members are actually minded to approve the application, that delegated authority be provided to the head of standards in consultation with the chair and vice chair to agree with it and final details of the process. Thank you.
Sarah, thank you very much indeed. As has already been mentioned, I think by me and also by you, this is quite a complex application. And a large number of houses, 500 houses are proposed. And to give us more information, I'm now going to call upon the applicants. This is Mr. Alistair Stewart from Simon Homes, West Midlands. Mr. Stewart, you will know, I think, having sat through many planning meetings here at Lichfield on occasion perhaps, you've got 5 minutes, and with 30 seconds to go, you will be reminded of that fact if you're still speaking. And if you're still speaking at 5 minutes, you will be asked to cease immediately. Your time will start once you commence speaking. Thank you.
I think it's pertinent to say thanks for the notice, Chair. Good evening, Chair and members of the committee. My name is Alistair Stewart. I'm the planning manager at Persimmon Homes, West Midlands, and I'm a chartered member of the Royal Town Planning Institute. On the 17th of February 2015, Lichfield District Council adopted the Lichfield Local Plan Strategy. The application site forms part of the South of Lichfield Strategic Development Allocation. The principal development is firmly established by the allocation and the existing outline planning permission for 450 dwellings. The company obtained permission for the Lichfield Southern Bypass on St John's, and this key piece of infrastructure for Lichfield has been delivered by the company, working in partnership with Amy. Subsequently, the company was then granted a further consent for 169 dwellings, which forms phase 2A as part of this development, the majority of which has now been completed, as discussed. The development is a success and was included as part of an inward investment video by Lichfield District Council to encourage investment organisations into Lichfield. In addition, our senior site manager, Josh Birch, obtained an NHBC Pride in the Job Award for St John's Grange, as we term phase 2A, in the summer of 22. The council's local plan outlines the need in the district to create a balanced housing market, and policy H1 sets out the need for 2 and 3 bedroom properties within the district. The application provides a balanced housing mix, which is acknowledged and supported by the council's policy team. I know members in the previous application mentioned this fact, and it's important to enable more local people onto the housing ladder and gives a variety of choice. In accordance with local plan policy H2, in the latest annual monitoring report, the application is required to provide 38% affordable housing provision. It's probably important to note the outline for 450 dwellings was only required to provide 31%. This will deliver much needed housing need again to those most in need. Concern has been raised in regards to density. However, as the officer's report on page 100 acknowledges, the remaining phases are actually at lower densities in the first phase, which actually constructed. Indeed, the densities are substantially lower than that approved in the outline master plan, which is indicative. Throughout this application, we've worked collaboratively with the head of Sanders Way Residents Association and the head of South Lichfield Alliance. I'm pleased to say that both residents groups are content with the amendments that have been made during the course of the application to address initial concerns raised, in particular the relationship between proposed development and the existing residential dwellings. We'll continue to work with both residents groups, and we have a long-standing relationship anyway with them due to the bypass application, phase 2A, and so obviously with Lichfield, Haverton Canals Restoration Trust a lot as well. In terms of the wider benefits of the scheme, this has been outlined by the case officer. The scheme achieves higher than 20% biodiversity net gain. There's a contribution of 325,000 to the NHS Integrated Care Board. There's a bus service contribution of 750,000 and a travel plan contribution of 15,000 to the county council. We're in discussions about a public art contribution of £5,000 to mirror that on Cricket Lane, which is intended to be used by the Lichfield and Haverton Canals Restoration Trust to provide public art along the restored canal route through St John's. There's a 17-hectare district park which will be delivered, which will include native planting, play equipment, trim trails, 3 metre wide cycle route through the site. 10 allotments will be provided as discussed, along with under 7s and 8s football pitch and under 9s and 10s football pitch and 1 adult football pitch. The pavilion will also be provided along with a 38-space car park, the cycle parking incorporated to be used for the allotments of football pitches and district park. This application provides 2.3 hectares of school land, which will be transferred to the Staffordshire County Council for the delivery of 2FE primary school. The application now provides a total education contribution of £4.5 million, just shy of £2 million more than the previous application. Off-site highways works by section 278 of the Highways Act are also secured, and this is such as improvements to Swinford Island on the A38. Archaeology was mentioned. Persimmon Homes has undertaken archaeological trial trenching across the majority of the site as part of the bypass and the outline planning permissions. We'll continue to do this as part of the sports pitches and pavilion area, which is conditioned.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. I have to stop you there, Mr. Stewart.
Thank you
very much indeed. I'm sorry, we do apply fairly strict rules to the time speakers can speak, so I do apologise if you feel as though I'm cutting you off prior to finishing. But thank you very much. I hope you've managed to incorporate everything that you wish to say in your 5 minutes. Thank you. Councillor Salter.
First, thank you very much, Jeff. I don't have too much of a problem with the application, especially the numbers and type of housing. But what I was wanting to say is how pleased I am to see that the green area that we see on that map is going to be maintained. As most people will know, Knoll Lane is virtually an extension in line with the Watling Street, where just a few hundred yards away there are significant developments. It also forms what I would term as the bowl of Lichfield, the edge of the bowl of Lichfield, and so to have that green space there is a nice significant fix. The views, the vistas intact. My question is, how securely can we preserve that? I'm thinking on the lines of Fields in Trust, type organisation that we may be able to involve in this, and indeed the one over the road on the Deansway, which is almost in line with it, and is part of the same hillside. They, or that type of company, will secure land in perpetuity against development. Can we look at making sure that that area is maintained, not just with look, but also with possible archaeological investment and resources? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Salter. I've just put my microphone on. Thank you, Councillor Salter. I'm just going to ask, I think, Sarah Willis to come back on that point, because I think it is an important point that you make, Councillor Salter, because obviously as the green belt is diminishing or has diminished, Deanslade and Cricket Lane and south of Shortcut Lane, there is concern, I think, by a lot of Lichfieldians that we are slowly but surely sort of migrating towards Shenstone and then Sutton Coldfield and then eventually Birmingham. So, Sarah, if you can just come back on that point, how safe will that area be, and can it be maintained as a green space in perpetuity?
Thank you, Chair. In response to the inquiry from Councillor Salter, The green area is particularly important, and obviously as a continuous space around some area, which is quite identifiable on, when you look at Google Earth, you can see a very continuous sort of strip. It is defined as greenbelt. It hasn't, there is no plans to necessarily remove it from the greenbelt allocation as it stands. And development presently would be considered inappropriate development in greenbelt and has a very high bar in terms of removals. In terms of management, there is a management company proposed in terms of the open space, which would secure the longevity of the site and its enjoyment, and obviously the paths and footpaths which run along that, they will be maintained. And Knoll Hill in particular, I mean, that would be the main feature within the park to provide those all important views. And as that park matures, obviously that would obviously lend itself to the amenity value that that has for the city and the residents in that area. And I'm reasonably assured that the management company will maintain that that space in perpetuity. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah. Thank you very much. I just have a couple of questions. One is for you, Sarah, actually, and that is that on page 94, I think the comment is made that there are reservations expressed by the Westgate GP practice in terms of already they feel as though their practice is under pressure. And I think that there are concerns being expressed that will they be able to cope with the extra burden? That's one question. And then the other question I have is probably for Mark Evans. So, Mark, if I can direct this question to you, and then if you'll answer this once Sarah's answered the question as well. I noticed on one of the pages under the response that County Highways gives, it does suggest that there are parking arrangements on the site with obviously the provision of garages attached to some of the properties. Some of those garages, it admits that they are not large enough. I'm on page 88, I think. Some plots have garages and not all are sized to count as a parking space and have been discounted. I'm just wondering, it seems rather perverse that developers are building garages, but there is an admission, a clear admission, that they are not suitable places to put a car. It just seems rather odd to me that we actually allow garages to be built, but they're not suitable for parking cars. I suppose you can put bicycles and motorbikes in them, but that's probably bad. So if you can come back on that in just a second, Sarah, please, on the chief practice. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The concerns from Westgate Surgery is noted. In terms of the provision, the applicant has obviously considered the requirements to provide for requirement for primary health care, which includes business services and obviously pressure with the economy of these services, and has agreed a contribution to support surgery and the primary health care of £324,990 to support that facility in order to provide increased or better improved GP care surgery.
Thank you very much, Sarah. And Mark, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to refer back to my former reply that I submitted to District Council on the website. It's phase 2C, which is corporate in terms of the question, which is London roadside, there in the point of the head. Yeah. Which are more of the larger scale dwellings. It's a discussion I had with the applicant and planning officer over numerous face-to-face conversations whilst the application was taking place. The simple crux of the matter is national guidance management for streets, which some of you will probably heard me talk about over the years, gives an internal dimension for a garage to be usable for a modern vehicle. And that's what we quote when we talk to planners and developers. And that's what I've quoted in my formal reply. Now, the internal dimensions of, I think it's 3 of the dwelling dwelling, sizes in phase 2C are too small to park a modern vehicle using those national standards. So I've made the point in my formal reply that the garages that are proposed do not meet current national guidelines to park a modern vehicle. Therefore, I would discount them as a usable space for a modern vehicle. However, the plot itself, if you discount the garage, does provide sufficient driveway parking to meet your parking standards. But it does seem a little strange that a house builder isn't providing a garage that is fit for purpose using national standards. And I've made that observation.
Thank you very much. I think you and I are on the same hymn sheet there, Mark. Thank you. Any other members? Yes, we've got quite a few of them, haven't we? Okay, so Councillor Evans, please, and then Councillor Baker, and then we've got Councillor Chetland and Councillor Ray. Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, so Evans, Baker, Chetland, Ray, Cross, any others? That's everybody. Okay, Councillor Evans, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm glad that we've got this better ratio of affordable properties again and on this much larger site, because that's an important issue, and good mix of properties as well. I just wanted, I was going to mention about the garages because I'm concerned about the car parking that might necessarily happen on the roads. And are we therefore sure that the road width is sufficient to hold the cars that may well be parked there? Particularly as a lot of cars now feel that it's the right thing to do to park on the pavement, which isn't. So I think that we need to be aware that the road is sufficient width for large vehicles to pass if cars are parked there. Refuse vehicles, emergency vehicles, removal vehicles, any type of vehicle. I think that on a new development, we need to ensure that there is adequate space for cars to park, because we know on a lot of the older developments that are around Litchfield and Millwood that it is a big problem. So I hope that that is addressed, that the highways can tell us that the road width is sufficient.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Did you wish to come back on that, Mark? Okay, thank you. And then Mark, once you come back on that, before other councillors speak, I need to make an announcement. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a very quick answer to that, Chairman. In terms of garages, you've already heard me explain that the integral garages, I should have said, 2C for a substandard. The standalone garages are correct dimensions. Quite a lot of the lots have standalone garages, they are correct. It was the integral garages on 2C. The planning officer and the applicant will remember I went through 3 sets of drawings, 500 plots each time, one by one, with a pen, and all got a tick. They all meet Lichfield District Council parking standards. So there is sufficient off-street parking for every residential plot. So there's nothing we can say about that. It meets the standards, it's fine. In terms of visitors, yes, they will park on the street. They don't provide visitor parking. The proposed widths of all of the roads within the network are to an adoptable standard. Otherwise, we wouldn't have recommended approval from a highway point of view. And the applicant has provided swept path drawings of a refuse vehicle, a large refuse vehicle, which is actually larger than you actually have on your road in Lichfield, and also a fire tender. So we're content that yes, a large vehicle can get around and can pass a vehicle on the road.
Mark, thank you very much indeed. And the announcement which I have to make, members, is because as we approach 9 o'clock, of course, that does mean that the duration of the meeting is approaching 3 hours. And because of that, there is a statutory requirement that I read standing orders. Members, unless the majority of councillors present vote for the meeting to continue, any meeting shall stand adjourned after 3 hours, provided that if there is a quorum present and in the opinion of the chairman, the matters remaining to be considered are either of such importance that it's in the interest of the council, that the consideration thereof should then take place, or that the extension of time required is minimal, councillors may consent to the continuation of the meeting. Remaining business will be considered at a time and date fixed by me, the chairman. If he or she does not fix a date, the remaining business will be considered at the next ordinary meeting. Members, I there request that you consent to this meeting going beyond the 3 hours. It is your prerogative, of course, not to consent to that, but I do need to see what the majority view is. Members, if you're willing to go beyond the 3 hours, would you please raise your hand? Thank you. 6, 7. Those against?
I have to leave it.
That's fine, that's fine. And if you have reasons to leave, then of course that is absolutely fine. I think that's 3 against and 7.
Chairman, can you just enlighten us, what we have left and have the officers any idea of how long it's going to take?
Okay, Councillor Powell, thank you very much. Well, the agenda in front of you has got 2 applications still to be debated and determined. And we do have a number of speakers as well, which of course is likely to extend the meeting. We do in fact have, I think, I'm right in saying, probably 5 representations to still be made by speakers. 2 of those will be read out by Christine Lewis on my left, but that gives you an idea of what we still have to come.
So, Chairman, we could be looking at possibly another hour.
Well, I will try and get through
that. I don't think it is right to go on to that.
No, the vote, yeah, Councillor Powell, thank you. The vote has been taken, so I fully understand if people have to leave for whatever reason, then they can, as long as we can remain for it, that is all that matters. I do have the consent of the members, a majority consent to stay. Thank you very much. We need to now engage Councillor Baker. You wish to continue the application that we're discussing, which is 21/01956 of the OUT FLM. Land south of Shortlands Lane. Councillor Baker, please.
Thank you. Poke my eye out with the microphone. We've had an interval, so I've lost my phone now. So I've got a number of the comments and questions on the development. I understand that obviously our planning has been granted in the past and it will happen, but there are a number of concerns that I'd like to raise. The health one's already been raised, but I would suggest that that's been exacerbated by the increase in the proposed number of houses. The original application was 450, then it went up to 529, and then they got less land and it's gone to 500. Which does put a lot of pressure on the health service infrastructure. And also it makes me feel we're trying to fit a quarter to a pint-sized pot. Well, a smaller plot and more houses, which then leads on to comments that I've seen in the report, obviously about the design and policy BE1 and the NPPF section 12 imply to me that the design of this kind of housing is not really appropriate and fitting for our city. And the officer's comment on the design area is actually an unbalanced comment. And I'd like to find out how we can continue to work with the developer to improve the design in certain parts of this development. It is cramped. The bits that are already developed, I've walked around and personally, it isn't always very pleasant there. It's very, very crushed, I think, and there will be parking walls, as already been mentioned. And I also personally feel that it doesn't reflect the local area. The new build out design is reflecting to phase 2A rather than actually the city and the surrounding area. So it's reflecting what's already been built within the site rather than taking the whole picture. It's been mentioned that 2 listed buildings will have a minor impact on them from the development. There's actually 3. There's also Berry Hill House, which is at the more east end, which has been subject to flash flooding in the past. And I'm aware that residents of Marsh Lane are probably equally concerned about that being recurring. We've got a lot of stuff put in place. They'll have the runoff into the canal. And we've also got a water attenuation pit, pool, whatever you want to call it, at the top of Marsh Lane, which almost looks higher than the bungalows at the northeast of it. So again, I really think we need to look at this very, very carefully. And should it be approved today, we'd like to make sure that these doors are not closed as of tonight. The other concerns I have are biodiversity and ecology. I know we're ultimately getting an uplift, but it's all concentrated on the parkland in the green belt, which is great. Can we not see the green finger, to quote our officer, but potentially meandering between the employment site and the housing, because it's a very abrupt finish. And it would just be nice to see a bit more green throughout the site. To me, it sounds terrible, it looks like a huge car park with houses plonked on it. And it would just be nice to improve some of the open spaces within the design. The school obviously would move for certain design reasons, I understand that. The area has already been sort of bulldozed out, ready for it. And again, I'm not sure if there's sufficient provision there for school drop-off, etc. Because of course, to get to there now, the residents will eventually be in Cricket Lane development. They've got pretty much a long walk now, because obviously we lost the cut through, and that's life, that's how it is. And I think there'll be a lot of temptation. I would probably be tempted for parents to drop their kids off at school there rather than what will become a 20-minute walk. And I know how long it takes, I live near there. So again, I think that probably sort of highways and long-term school policy, but I think we need to make sure that it's part of the construct of the school. Really, we mentioned the management company. This is something I feel very strongly about, is really making sure that the accountability of the management companies are well conditioned for the long term. There are other estates around this area that have a lot of issues caused by lack of adoption, past adoption, management companies not actually doing what they're supposed to do. And we as an LPA having very limited powers to really enforce that. So I think we really need to condition that for the long term. And I think that would also meet with Councillor Salter's comment. And the other thing that's really important on the resi is actually the cycle and walk routes, because obviously we want to encourage active travel, which I'm all for as well. It says it's about a 20-minute walk to the city station, probably from the far end of the site, the south end of the site, and if you're really quick and you've got the trainers on, it's near a half an hour. So we need to make sure that walkway routes encourage people to use them. And I'd also implore, and I think it is conditioned, that the walkway and cycle route down Upper St John Street that was originally proposed will be retained, despite there being a pinch point there. There were, I believe, I hope only rumours that the county council wants to stop that and only have routes down the Birmingham Road. The Upper St John Street goes to 3, 4 schools and the bus station and the city station and the town centre. So it is a fairly sensible route for active travel. And I think I'll stop there. The commercial development is only outlined, as I can see it. So I'm assuming we can look at that in more detail later.
Thank you very much, Councillor Bacon. Councillor Chetland, please. I'll probably ask you to just come back and answer some of the points that were made by Councillor Bacon in a moment. I just want to seek the opinions of some of the members.
Thank you, Chair. Very comprehensive there, Councillor Blake. Thank you. Just covered a number of things I was going to mention. I think my overall concern, having read all of this document, was it leaves so many questions for me. This was approved for 450 dwellings. It was then approved for 169 with a second application of 281 in 2021. To put the application to 450, which seems like a good idea. Then withdrawn. Now it comes back at initially 529, and it's been negotiated down to 500. It just seems like the developer is attempting to negotiate an extra 10% build, as it happened in the other 2 developments that we had. Dinslade Farm, I think that was another 10%, and the other one, I can't remember the name of it at the moment. So actually, on the amount that we're supposed to be providing on that site, we're already 145, well, we will be 145 houses, so we made it 10% higher. And then we're looking at densities that just sound very high. And in some of the wording we see if I can find it, page 114, 6.13. The first bit's done, therefore let's, and that's dense, so therefore we might as well let the rest be the same. Now, it's comments like that that do cause me concern. We've got the opportunity to build some nicer houses. There are other comments in relation to the urban design team on page 90 make reference to the ongoing parking concerns and concerns about the frontage of the house tops, because they're not commensurate with the type of things that you would expect. It just seems like we are trying to force as much as possible, and I understand why developers do this, because every application comes with an outline planning application, and 10 years further on when it gets to us, it's already been, it just comes back with another 10%, or another 15%, or another 20%. Now, I don't think we can stop that at this point. I think it's something we need to bear in mind for the future. And when it comes to the first outline plan commission, we put a limit on what I ask for being the limit. If I can have some guidance on whether that's true, that would be really useful. In relation to the football pitches, 36 parking spaces for 3 football pitches. Football takes place at the same time. Takes place on Saturday morning, Saturday afternoon, Sunday morning, Sunday evening, some training. Right, I think we've got a 7-side, 9-side, 11-side pitch. That's 54 players, all carrying kit. The 36 parking spaces doesn't work. The 851's got 2 football pitches, but it's just been doubled in size because everyone was parking up the 851 loop. I think there's in the region of 60 odd places there having 2 pitches. I just ask that some realism be brought into some of these decisions. Now, if we're going to approve this today, have the planners, have our planning team got the negotiation powers or the conditions in place that we can still negotiate some of this stuff?
Thank you. Have you finished?
Yeah, I think so.
Sorry, I wasn't trying to cut you off, but I wasn't quite sure at the same time whether you had finished. Thank you very much indeed. Some questions there for Sarah Willis, coming off for just a moment. I also now have Councillor Ray to speak, please.
Thank you. Yeah, I echo the concerns of Councillor Baker and Councillor Checkman about the density. And what I say as a committee, we don't have to accept this level of density. It might be consistent with other developments around, but we don't have to accept it. We are aware, because it's in the report, about the pressure on GP services in this city. This is going to exacerbate that. That is a very live issue for our residents and the infrastructure for our community. We don't have to accept this level of density. The other point is, the point we talked about the garage, the car parking spaces, but it has a clear feel that the site is being crushed. I mean, somebody used the word crushed, being designed to maximise the amount of units, the amount of dwellings we put on the site. To build a garage, which isn't a garage, that is, they're in the design, there's something planned now, so from a design point of view, the deliberate design technique, I would suggest. And then finally, with that point, say like, we don't have to accept it, we have the ability to be able to say that is, we started at 450 and now we're at 500. We do not have to set that density. As a district, we have a 5-year housing supply. We are not under pressure to bring more homes through planning permissions into the district. So I have real concerns about the density, and we need to think more hard as a community about whether we accept this regulation.
Thank you, Councillor Ray. In fact, yes, you mentioned the 5-year housing land supply, which I believe currently stands at 13.4. Yeah.
So we have the luxury to agree.
You're absolutely right. We are not under intense pressure to build a lot of houses. No, we're not. Councillor Cross, please.
Thank you, Chair. Well, the issues I was going to raise has been raised by Councillor Ray and also Councillor Checkham. I'm concerned about the parking, particularly concerned about the parking for the sports area, because being a family, we've just been rejected by County Highway, the parking facilities that are provided, proposed to be provided there. So there seems to be a difference in standards in certain areas here, that's certainly not being complied with. We've not complied with the Tradley on this application. So that's interesting why staff has different standards for parking at the sports area. I'm also very concerned about the density. You know, this is slowly getting creeped up by these developers, and it's time we put a foot there and stop it. And also the parking within garages is just a joke. Every development that's going up now, they're just building a building, call it a garage. It's not a garage. If it's not a garage, then why call it a garage? So I propose we reject this application.
The chair. Yes, indeed. Councillor Brown.
Yes, I think this needs to be looked at again. I support my fellow councillors. I propose to reject this. The grounds of the massing, design, and facilities that are at best minimal, at worst neglectful, and completely having the site being any use for the future. I'm sure my fellow councillors will come up with a few more reasons why we reject this. Until the developers go back and think about the original numbers and do something about these garages and the parking for the football pitches. And you're quite right. 3 football pitches, teams there all the time. That's without any parents even going to watch them. No.
Okay. Going to ask the legal officer now. Obviously, we've had a proposal for refusal and a seconder for that. Councillor Powell has given some reasons. Obviously, we probably need more than that. Oh, sorry. Councillor Bond, have I not asked you to speak yet? Did you want to speak? No, it's already been proposed by Councillor Cross. And it's been seconded by Councillor Powell. So we don't need anyone else to second it. It's already been proposed and seconded. It has. Yes, Jane, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think the reasons were given by the seconder. Some reasons. If I could just clarify, the person seconder settled on the reasons, so we've got some clarity. There was a mention of refusal on the grounds of massing of design. That's okay. We talked about facilities being minimal or neglectful. We talked about parking, the insufficient parking for football pitches. And you talked about the garages.
I said, here's my full account. Why call the garage if it's not, storage?
So the garages weren't of sufficient size. In by the standards. Right?
There's only 3 garages.
No, that particular type of design of house, like it was 3 garages. That particular type of design of house.
So it was the garages weren't of sufficient size for the type of housing, which I think was. Thank you. In which phase was 2C, and it was the integral garages. Thank you. Are those the reasons that the movement sector?
The overarching reason is the massing and density, isn't it? And all these things are an example of how it's been designed in a way to create the density to the detriment of the immediacy. Yeah, is that the right? So there's garages and car parking, for sports pitches. It is It's, you know, it's too high.
Can I just come in there? I think Councillor is right with the density, but my question was more, I think perhaps about the design, which comes under policy BE1 and the MPPF section 12, I believe. And so the overall design is not specifically the density that's being created, perhaps by poor design. Then the density comes from the other issue that nobody's mentioned, I don't know, the second want to. The fact that there's now 50 more houses being proposed than outlined was originally given for, that I'll leave that to the proposal and second that.
Could I just ask, Sarah, I mean, could we cite possibly the fact it's contrary to BE1 in terms of like?
Chair.
Yes, sir.
If it's just possible, that, before we go and ask them for advice.
Okay.
And me for advice on the, refusing on the basis of whether we could sustain that, successfully defend those people on the field. Just to clarify, so you're talking about, essentially we talked about Massey, you're saying it's a poor design. And because it's a high density.
Yeah, I'm saying it's a density point, yeah, the number of dwellings within this site is too high.
Yes, if anyone has to go, because I realise it's now 9:10. If anyone has to go, please do.
That's, for me, that's the fundamental point. And that, you know, that's evidenced by the overall design of the development, and also things like the inadequate parking for the sport facilities, the design of units and garages which are not perfect and not different at a garage. So the design.
Yeah, absolutely, we need for.
Yes, we are, Councillor Powell. I think we are for it. Thank you, Councillor Powell. Thank you.
Thank you.
So the proposer and seconder are both happy with those reasons. I think a lot of it's to do with density, isn't it? Density and what it does for the amenity of the residents.
So, the same, essentially what you're saying is that the development is too high density and this is poor overall design, resulting in insufficient parking for the football pitches, some garages being integral garages on house types you see being of insufficient size.
Yeah, I think they're just examples.
Yeah, okay.
What do you say?
Thank you.
Is overall design.
Yes.
I think there are just major reservations, aren't there, about the whole plan in terms of the density of the dwellings, the inadequate parking, although I realise that county highways, of course, would perhaps suggest there is adequate parking there.
Thank you, Chair. If I could suggest that, I think we've got the main points here, and you've given them as examples in design terms. Can I suggest that the planning officer gives some advice on whether those, in her opinion, whether those reasons are sufficiently clear, and whether she thinks they could be successfully defended on the field, bearing in mind where we are with the site.
Thank you very much. Sarah, I'll hand over to you for a moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I understand that lots of different issues been raised rather than, if you want me to go back through the different things, or are we going to concentrate on them?
Well, I think since we have since the proposal of the second, we just need to go over the points which have been raised in terms of the rationale, if you like, for refusal.
And it's a bit, you've obviously identified that you're uncomfortable with the level of the density. The density has been split up between the different phases, which some areas are lower and some are higher, and that is very common throughout any type of development. And I'm drawing on other densities in respect to, you've got the Deanswade development and the original Darwin Park that has quite a high density form as well, that features over 40 grams per hectare. So you have a consistent type of density which is acceptable. This development meets the master plan, the density laid down in the original consent between 30 and 50 dwellings. And the maximum here, as I said, is for the proposed one is 39 is the highest one, and that is well, that's that one. That is this area here, Heritage, which is the higher density. It is very, very difficult with density because when you introduce smaller units, you have the appearance of a higher density format rather than a larger detached block with a bigger plot. Densities increase when you have smaller units or potentially apartments. So that is concurrent with a mixed density. As I said, it does meet the standards in terms of our requirements. It is a very difficult one in respect to the guidance of making good use of land and sustainable purposes. It is an allocated site. We're not looking at releasing blocks of retail or individual sites. We're putting it on an allocated site for housing. It would be a very difficult scenario in terms of arguing that at that particular point at appeal. I feel it would put us in quite a difficult position. In terms of design, as I said, it is very, very difficult because, as I said, we've got a design code in terms of we've got some standards, we've got some houses that have already been constructed. And you are looking at potentially you've got a site that's already been built and you are saying that you're not very happy with the design of what's actually being built now. And again, they meet the amenity standards in terms of the majority of them. I think there's about, overall, of 330 odd houses, only 17 don't have garden sizes that meet the minimum standards. I think they range between 2 and 5 square metres less than they should be. However, as I said, they do benefit from a large green space to the south. As I said, again, it's very, very difficult design. I'm not an architect. There are design improvements that probably, as I said, I would probably seek to. It's very, very difficult. As I said, they've gone for a very simple cottage. There are different designs within the development. They've picked up a more traditional arts and crafts sort of look to the houses. So you've got smaller panes of windows with a large pane at bottom, and then you've got smaller cottage style houses with very, cottage, very simple eaves, and then a very simple, very simple roof line with a dry verge on the corners. So I mean, they aren't bespoke. However, they meet the amenity standards. So I'm slightly uncomfortable in terms of maintaining the reason for refusal for that purpose, and that's the reason why we've gone for an on-balance, as I said, an on-balance approval.
For me, just a two questions. When the allocation for the SDA was made at 450, presumably, under the fact we were comfortable with the approved density. Yeah. So I know we've gone from outline to the future planning, so that's my first one. So there was a density that the council approved at that stage, which the council was happy with at that point in time, and now we are approving a higher density. I just want to query why can't we rely on the new density? But also, my main point is they Okay, as you were saying, very difficult to compare this development to Dean Slade to Darwin Park and the density there, all the design would be all very different. But what is clear from the discussion is that the design has been made to maximise the density in a way that's going to impact the community. You know, think about houses, garages, but cannot fit a vehicle. Football pitches with not enough car parking. So that sounds like that's a deliberate planning by the developer to be able to maximise the number of units they get on the day. So so it's all right. So maybe there's a box that could sit to say it complies with the capital guidance, but if it doesn't work on the ground, then it doesn't provide the quality of life we need the residents are going to live there. You have to stop and say, it doesn't work.
And I suppose, Councillor Ray, that of course is a judgment which we as planning committee have to arrive at, isn't it? We look at the facts and then we base our opinion and our decision on the information at hand. Now, I am aware of the fact, of course, that one of the major problems with the parking as envisaged by this committee or certain members, the touchstone for that seemed to be the sports parking. Now, I'm a little bit worried that that could be such a critical point as to swing this application perhaps. Because when you consider that the sports pitches there, a lot of the people playing will, I would imagine, be local and will not necessarily have to be transported by car or vehicle. That's my thought. I'm just a little bit concerned that we could make the parking provision at the sports pitches such an important criteria in this. And I'm a little bit worried that we might slightly over egg the pudding in that respect, but that's only my personal opinion. I want to call on Councillor Cross in a minute, but I think, Mark, I'm going to ask you because, of course, highways at the moment would not back, I don't think would not back, the fact that it might be considered that the parking provision on this site in general is inadequate. If you can just come back on that, please, Mark.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to pick up straight away on the sports provision parking. I will be brutally honest, members, we don't have a parking standard. Why did you apply it for then? And reject an application for 15 to 30 cars? I didn't do that application, councillor. Bear with me. The application in front of us, you don't have a Lichfield District Council parking standard for playing pitches. I applied to the Chase District Council parking standard with the developer to reach that level of development, because you don't have one. So I used neighbouring authorities, e.g. Cannock Chase Council, Mr. Stewart will bear that in mind because we were in the room when we discussed it. So that is why we've ended up with that quantum. You don't have a standard. I have negotiated with the developer what I believe to be a suitable one, given that you don't have a standard to apply. And I've used the neighbouring authorities, which is Cannock, which I believe is sensible, as a guide. And that was what has been designed. In terms of the overall parking, as I previously stated, yes, the garages, some are discounted, they are fit for purpose by modern standards, but the rest of the development does meet your parking standards.
Thank you, Mark. Okay, members, you've listened to the professional opinion there of the highways. We don't actually have a standard for parking provision for sporting facilities. So I think it would be very, very difficult to suggest that it doesn't meet a reasonable standard because effectively we don't have one laid down in our local plan. Sorry, yes, we do. Sorry, no. Councillor Ray, please.
Yes, just given the density, what is the council policy? Is there a specific density which is policy? I think the density here is 2439. Looking at on page 109. One, I'm interested to know what is there a policy, a specific number of units per hectare or whatever? And then is that what discretion do we have as a committee? So is that just guidance? Is that
Okay, Sarah, do you want to come back on that? And then I'll go to James to come in as well. Please, so Sarah. Do we have guidance on densities and what discretion do we have, please?
Through you, Chair. Thank you, councillor. In terms of density, there isn't a set density standard or anything within guidance. It clearly says that you should respond to local area and the neighbouring developments around it. In this instance, the developer has obviously looked at the density around London Road and looked at the surrounding density on phase 2A and has adapted the densities accordingly. As I said, it comes back again to the housing mix and the smaller housing mix that's been provided. You mentioned the concerns about the numbers in terms of policy, the overall policy between it. There is a policy, obviously, that suggests that there should be a maximum of 50. However, the overall policy for Lichfield, I think it's called Policy 6, says we should be providing around 3,900 dwellings. So there isn't a maximum there. So there is flexibility. In terms of that maximum as well, the developer has gone and sought council opinion on that revision, because we have raised this with them during the course of the application, and they've come back with, as I said, their own council opinion on that, and that the whole policies within the plan are to be interpreted relatively flexibly. As I said, and those policies have been applied flexibly to other developments approved in this particular southern area.
Thank you, Sarah. And I know, Jane, you wish to come in as well, don't you? And then we're just going to have to try and move on from this. Jane, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It's just to remind members more broadly before they, that there is a, I think, the members approved an application previously with a level of density and a type of design. This is a fresh application, but there is a principle of consistency in decision making. And obviously, there is, although the application is to build out, not in accordance with the previous permission, it's a new application. If this does go to appeal, the principle of consistency will be looked at. So what members will have to show, what the council will have to show, and Sarah will correct me if I'm wrong, if we're going to successfully defend an appeal on the grounds that you suggested, is that this is different, materially different to the application that you approved last time round. Now, Sarah can explain how different that is, because that's one of the things that the inspector will look at. You previously approved a large development on that site of a particular design, a particular density. How different is this one to the one you've approved previously? Now, Sarah, I'm sure will give some further advice when you've settled on your final reasons and your final wording, and you would ask the delegation of that wording to officers, final wording. But there is obviously a risk of costs on appeal if the application can't be successfully defended and an inspector considers that the council acted unreasonably in turning this application down when it wasn't so different to the one you previously approved. Now, we'll ask Sarah to go back and explain that a bit more and explain the differences of what you've got in front of you now and what you previously approved. And I think we're talking mainly about the residential element of the application. And this is all, which is a full application for the residential points. So can I go?
Thank you, Jane. Thank you. Yes, just before Sarah comes in, thank you for your little summing up there, really. And I think whilst I would never want to be swayed by the prospect of an expensive appeal, excuse me, I think it's very important that we balance up the pros and cons here and take an overall view of this development. We've obviously heard from Mark Evans, County Highways. He does not have issues with the parking provision on this site at all. Sarah is suggesting, and also that's been backed up by Jane, that the densities, even though we feel as though we have some may have misgivings about them, that might be a difficult one to defend at an appeal. Jane, Sarah, please, if you'd like to come in, and then we must wrap this one up. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. It is a very difficult balance. As I said, we have approved an outline application for a set number of dwellings. We have 50 additional dwellings across the site on potentially a smaller area, and obviously that has sort of caused the main part of the concern. However, as I said, the development per se provides adequate or above adequate amenity spaces. The dwelling sizes themselves also meet the national space standards, which can be adored in terms of the CLG technical standards. So the floor space standards are also there. As I said, the amenity spaces of the dwellings are adequate, and there is adequate parking across the site. In terms of the overall densities, it is comparable to what we previously approved on here, and it complies with the framework and the master plan that was originally approved for the site.
Thank you. I mean, what you're saying really is that there is quite a high, but a reasonable level, certainly, of policy compliance here, really. So we've had, sorry, yes, Councillor Shetland.
Thank you, Chair. Being a bit pushed in one direction at the moment, as though we've got no choice. So, what I'd like to ask is legal guidance in relation to any outline planning permissions that might come before us in the future. Are we at that point in a position to say, if it's 450, it's 450. You can't change it.
Okay.
And we said, in the same way we remove permitted development for a house or some houses, can we do that for an entire outline planning commission?
What you're saying is, Councillor Checkton, how prescriptive can we be?
Yeah, I mean,
as a
okay,
planning
I
commission?
accept that perhaps we're too late now. If we look at 50 units,
Okay.
it's an extra £300,000 per unit, it's £10 million.
Okay, thank you.
I get that. But we can't like that.
Councillor Checkton, I've just asked that question. I think, Sarah, do you want to answer that one? Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The local plan sets obviously the framework of some of these policy areas. And it would be something that would be, you know, a reasonable point that we could consider that in the future. I mean, you could put a condition in respect to outline for potential density, and you can set building heights and other things. You can prescribe certain types of things within an outline that would be controlled for future applications, if that's what you were seeking to do.
Thank you. And Jane, you wish to come in as well, don't you?
But having said that's a principle for different outline applications. The residential part of this development is it's a full application, that's right, isn't it, Sarah? Yeah, so fine, just to be clear, thank you.
No, I think Councillor Check, you were fully aware of that. You were just asking almost hypothetically, weren't you, really? Thank you. Members, you have heard lots of debate, lots of opinions here. Now, it has been proposed for refusal by Councillor Cross, and it was seconded by Councillor Powell. In view of the prevailing and subsequent arguments, could I have a show of hands, please, for those who wish to refuse this application, as I say, proposed by Councillor Cross and seconded by Councillor Powell, please. Those in favour of refusal, please. Okay. Those who wish to vote against refusal. Against refusal. Oh, sorry. Yeah, so those who were wishing to vote for refusal. That was my first one. And I had, I think, 3 hands go up. So those of you who are wishing to vote against refusal. Against that proposal to refuse. Against, please. We've only had 3 people. Oh, do we have abstentions?
So we've got 3 votes to refuse. And, if nobody votes against that, then if everybody abstains, that refusal will stand. So that's what the chair's asking.
So, okay, so we've had 3 people vote in favour of the proposal for refusal. And the other members now, are you abstaining or are you voting against refusal?
Chair, and can I just ask before the final vote is taken, that if the vote to refuse is carried, the wording of the reason for refusal is delegated to officers, and that's standard procedure.
Okay, I'm just slightly confused because we have several members here who I don't think have voted yet.
Chairman, can I just come back and ask a question? Are we still voting for refusal based on the summary that we deliberated before the officer's comments about density? Because
I think that's all we can do, to be honest.
I got the impression that the impression was that the density argument is perhaps as strong as maybe the design argument, which is under the BE1 policy, and where it was an unbalanced decision. So I'm not sure we're clear on what we are or what we are not.
Well, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, we had already established the reasons for refusal. I'm putting it to the vote now. Yes, indeed, Jane.
Chair, the reasons for refusal are put down by the mover and seconders. They've had officer advice. The chair we haven't been invited to reconsider the reasons for refusal. We're quite happy to give further advice, or if you want to, but that motion is standing as it currently stands. So.
Chair,
okay.
we've taken the vote on this.
Yeah.
For refusal. You've had 3 refusals, 2 abstain. Why are we still discussing? I think you need to take some control now. And
Councillor Cross, I didn't realise we'd had 2 abstentions. I was trying to establish exactly what the.
Still 4. These 2 here.
Well, I haven't voted, it was Councillor Shepherd. Chair, I think the confusion lies in the detail of what we're voting against. Yes, we had a vote on the second, which listed various points. Those points have been debated, but they haven't been condensed into what we can or perhaps should or should not put in our argument. And without that clear identity, we don't really know what we're voting for. At the moment, we've got votes just to reject the application, but we're still not all clear as to on what grounds, and is that a safe decision?
We have got grounds.
We've got grounds, but we haven't.
We've got grounds, we set them out at the very beginning, so why are we still?
Okay, I tried to sum up what was being said by officers, and that was that I was suggesting caution here because I think that we need to weigh up pros and cons. I think the fact that we do not have professional backing for the parking standards, which was obviously a concern for members. The density we've already established from Sarah. The density is in conformity with policy. We would probably have difficulty defending this at an appeal. And as I said earlier, I am not someone who would normally be influenced by the threat of an appeal and a costly appeal. But I think at the same time, we need to be pragmatic and we need to look at exactly why we would wish to refuse this and whether we could quite honestly and with a clear conscience and a professional basis, if you like, from all the training that we've had and all the experience that we've had, how we could stand up at an appeal and defend the decision to refuse. That was the point I was making, because I think we are lacking professional backing for some of the decisions that we are facing at the moment. And that concerns me. It does concern me. Christine, you wish to come in?
Hopefully I'll be able to help from a rules of procedure point of view. What you've done, you've got a proposal which has been seconded. And Jane has confirmed those reasons. That's what you're voting on. If that's lost, so you're voting against that proposal for refusal. Doesn't necessarily mean right now that you're approving the application. You're voting against that proposal for those reasons. Once that is done, there is nothing to stop another proposal for refusal for different reasons. As long as that is duly seconded, we would then go to the vote. And we keep going until that is done. And at the end, if they are all lost, we will request, or see if there is a proposer and seconder, to go with the officer recommendations and see if that goes through. So I think that's where the confusion is. It's not that you're voting against refusal, you're voting against that particular proposal for refusal and those reasons. Does that help?
Yes, yes. Thank you, Christine.
Chair,
Yes, indeed.
I know there was.
Jane, yes.
So you've had that clarity, there's a motion in front of you that you've got to finish voting on. Can I suggest that if that falls, or because people don't agree with some of the reasons, then another option for members would be to instruct officers to come back with a report where Met officers have captured what members' concerns are and formulate those reasons for refusal and bring them back so there can be some clarity on around members' concerns and they can be formulated. But you would have to obviously vote against the reason for refusal with those reasons that you've got in front of you. Otherwise, you'll be refusing on those reasons. But instead, instruct officers to come back, having captured members' concerns and formulate and capture those and formulate in some defensible reasons for refusal based on members' instructions. How does that sound?
Yeah, well, I was just going to say, what Councillor Salt was asking was for summarise what the grounds what we're the debate to summarise. I think that you've got that, then we could, then within there's clarity in what we're voting.
Yeah.
And then with the chair, can I just correct you on something? You said that there is a policy for density. I think you clarified there is no specific policy in the council for density. It's a judgment on a development plan basis.
Chair, at the moment, I'm sure Sarah will correct me if I've misunderstood anything, or one of you will. We've got reasons for refusal on the grounds of higher density, leading to poor overall design, and as examples of the poor overall design, you've got resulting in insufficient parking for football pitches, which you've had advice from the private highways officer on.
We don't agree with it, because I looked at parking, the nearby football area, with pitches similar size to this. And I counted the cars when we had problems with travelling, how many cars were in the park. There was 96 on around that figure on each occasion. So this is nowhere near big enough parking. And all they would do is go and park out on the road and around the houses. So it needs to be taken into account, and we can't just keep going on like this. And of course, mayhem on all these new housing estates. Drive around some of our housing estates, see the mess they are due to bad planning. There is no planning.
Thank you. Just to carry on the reasons at the moment, it's insufficiently sized garages for the certain house types on the phase 2, integral garages at phase 2C. Now, if I could go back to Sarah, because if we're looking at refusing on the design reasons, the two examples you've got, there's just two examples you've got, and what further information would we need, or what would you need any further examples or general concepts that capture what members have discussed? members' concerns, as well as the insufficient parking that I just mentioned.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Sarah.
In terms of, as I said, I've noted down a few, and I think Dan captured it in terms of the increase in density leads to, and I've written down a cramped layout, which potentially, I think that's been alluded to in terms of that the overall feeling that there's a cramped layout. In terms of design, I think I probably would need some more definitive guidance as to what you feel represents the core design, or is it the design of the per se of the layout rather than the actual design of the houses per se? As I said, I'm a little bit concerned about the, so it's the cramped nature and the increased density leads to the sort of overall design emphasis of the estate itself rather than the actual house type. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So you've got those, Chair, and you've got the parking, which still, so those, what I'm suggesting is a move and seconder, amend the motion to include those reasons for refusal. To put some clarity on those reasons for refusal.
Yeah.
Are you, move and seconder accepting that? Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Yeah.
So,
So the motion's been amended, you've got that in front of you.
okay, and now we take the vote, is that correct? Okay, so we are now voting. This was proposed by councillor Cross, seconded by councillor Powell. And they are proposing refusal of this application. They're proposing refusal of this application. Can I have a show of hands, please, for those willing to support that proposal? We have 3. Thank you. Members, could I have a show of hands for those who wish to refuse that proposal? Or not support that, okay, not support that refusal. 1, 2, 4. We have 4. Okay. So that proposal is not successful. Okay. So we now come to
as long as we know what proposals against what is in front of you, then we would see the proposal seconder for the recommendation.
okay.
I'd be happy to propose the recommendation that was made earlier by our legal officer, that we ask officers to look at all our concerns to see where we're right, where we're not right. And I would hope during that process, I'll have the opportunity, I don't know, to talk to the developer.
Thank you. And if that is that seconded by? Okay.
So yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
What does that mean? That comes back to.
No, they haven't.
We haven't voted for that. Yes, councillor Baker is basically taking your suggestion, Jane, and she is formally proposing that, and that has been seconded by councillor Salter.
Basically, an effort to assure ourselves that we have a strong text.
Okay.
Yeah, what about the actual recommendation? Will we propose that, and I'll do.
Yes, recommendation will be deferred.
Jane, you wish to come in, do you?
Thank you, Chair. We previously had a motion in front of you, which was last on it, when you had a reason to refusal. And one of my suggestions then, to assist members and to, the clarity of the reasons and also the web, was to assist members, because we all got, and so I'm suggesting at that stage, before the move to refusal was lost, that officers could then you can instruct officers to bring a report back with those reasons for refusal, and capture members' thoughts and give some further advice on their reasons for refusal and formulate those and bring something back for officers. Now, that reason for refusal was lost, that move to refuse on those grounds was lost. So I'm just a bit, what grounds are you now considering refusing on or wanting to come back on? Because at the moment, there's nothing much on the table.
Chairman, if I may, my understanding of the proposal, the second proposal, is that it gives the opportunity for us all to fully consider in detail the strength of the arguments in either direction. The offer has been made that officers go away, look at the case, look at the strength of arguments, look at the reasonings, and bring it back to the table. So basically, I would feel that the second option is a deferment.
I'm going to say, I think this is a very, very verbose way of seeking a deferral.
Yeah.
I wish we could have used that word earlier because it would have saved an awful lot of discussion. Councillor Checkland, please.
Thank you, Chair. I found this very difficult, I've got to be honest. I feel as though we've come to this party too late. We've been through other planning applications before, whether it be outlined, whether it be principal invested. The reason I went for abstain, I headed towards abstain earlier, is simply because clearly the officers have already done due diligence on this and researched it and looked at it in all depth. We have offered, or we have voted on whether or not we should have grants for refusal. The legal officer and the planning officers have all pointed out that they're not, the applicants has not reached anything or otherwise, and legally we haven't really got legs to stand on. My gut feeling says that we should be standing up to developments that we don't agree with, but unfortunately the law, I don't think, allows us to have that gut feeling, and it sort of says that we have to make a decision based on what is legally appropriate. Now, much as I don't really want to do that, I want to go with what I feel is right, the area that is being developed, rather than maximising the profits. That's sort of where I am at the moment. So to a certain extent, I feel I ought to propose that we accept the terms and go to, because delaying it again just puts additional pressure on the planning officers to review what they've already reviewed. We haven't given them anything to change.
Thank you, Councillor Checkland. Thank you very much indeed. Councillor Ray, I know you wish to come in, but I think we've already had a proposal, haven't we, for deferral, if I'm not wrong. Although, as I say, it was in a rather verbose way.
Chairman, if I may just add that.
Yes.
That somebody else has gone. Thank you. That the deliberation by the officers could also come back with possibly other conditions that could be applied.
That's very true.
To alleviate some of the.
Well, that is very true, Councillor Salter. Thank you very much indeed. But we do need to get this wrapped up, of course. So effectively, there has been a proposal to defer this, which personally, I realise it puts extra work on planning officers, and I would be trying to avoid that if at all possible. But that is a proposal that's come from the floor. It's proposed by Councillor Baker, and it is seconded by Councillor Salter, so that we can defer this and come back, having had further deliberation. If I could have a show of hands, please. I don't think that's an altogether successful outcome, if I'm being perfectly frank, but if that is the wish of the members. That is the proposal. Can I have a show of hands, please, for those wishing to defer? Okay. Yeah, thank you. That's 5. Those against deferral, please. 2. That's 2. Thank you very much. That application is deferred, and that must go down in history. It's one of the longest processes to arrive at a decision for deferral. Thank you very much indeed. It is now currently approaching 5 to 10. Now, we have a very difficult decision to make. And that is that we still have two applications. We still have, I think, 5 speakers.
Still any hot topic?
I'm reluctant to do this. We've already had standing orders, but I think I need to take it a stage further because otherwise we're going to be agreeing to be here until probably nearly 11 o'clock. Am I within my rights to do this, Jane? Okay. Right.
Unless all the things say, no. Because if I'm not for it, then it's not for it, I'll go anyway, so we'll go to massive.
So you're proposing carrying on, Chair?
Well,
Yeah.
I was proposing asking the members
Yeah.
their opinion. But we do have speakers as well, of course. Okay. Well, of course, if I have speakers, we may get a split decision on that as well. Okay.
I think, I can understand what is being said, but I'm not sure that we are going to be fair to the other applicants either. We can do it either way, because people are worn out, and the concentration of people is not the same as it was at 7 o'clock. So I think that we do have to be careful what we do, but I think that it's important that the people that have sat at the back for all the length of time, it's difficult for them as well.
Okay. So Jane, at the moment then, we need to carry
I
on.
do understand what they're saying. Personally, I think that we have residents who come along this evening and taking their time. I think they're willing to be heard.
Yes, that's fine, that's fine.
That'd be my business.
Okay.
Or are they willing to be judged? Is the one that's skinny? That's the other part of it.
Yeah, and we do run the risk, of course, if members have to go, then we may well end up not being for us anyway, but, okay, so I think we're carrying on, aren't we? We're carrying on. I beg your pardon, sorry.
Let's stop on a high. I think we are getting tired. We're getting lower in numbers, really close to these boards. I know we are in a good number at the moment. We are in danger, which has already been said, of maybe that this evening, but considered that sort of attitude. But we are getting tired. It's been a long day, and it's easy to say 10 o'clock, well beyond normal. If the speakers are happy to return on another day, so I think perhaps that should be asked of them. The last two, the show from Tuesday, too long, could be moved to another day. Not necessarily, so I can't even speak that, not necessarily a normal planning state. Could we hold a special meeting for those two?
Would that be acceptable?
Very special, I'm going to do all dates, so I can't look and say, yes, absolutely. So it would be, because standing on them, it would normally go to the next board and then.
That's a normal one, appreciate that.
Okay, we are in a pathetic position here because whatever we do, it's not going to be terribly satisfactory. I think I'm going to ask the speakers, actually. I'm going to ask the speakers because I think they are the ones that I am most mindful of at this stage. That's not to denigrate the importance of you members, but I'm going to ask the speakers. Do you wish to continue or do you wish to come back another day?
I'd be happy to come back another time. I think do long enough. I'll abstain.
Did you say you're happy to come back another day? Gentlemen's abstaining.
I'm abstaining.
Thank you.
I've enjoyed it so much.
I think I'm going to take a pragmatic decision here, and I really think that 10 o'clock, it's not fair to continue. We have speakers who said that they are happy to return another day. Members, I really don't want to preside over a meeting where I'm still in the chair at 11 o'clock tonight. I don't think that's fair. That is not fair to anybody. With that in mind, I'm going to take a decision that we bring this meeting to a close. I do apologise for that. It's not a terribly satisfactory outcome. And I do apologise to the speakers who've been very, very patient in waiting at the back. I can only apologise for that. It was a very full agenda when we started. I was concerned that we wouldn't be able to get through it, and indeed we have not. Thank you very much to you all. The current time is 2 minutes to 10, and I thank all those who've been watching online. For those of you who are still with us online, I really appreciate your forbearance. Thank you.
Sorry about that.
So 2 minutes to 10. And I wish you all good night. Thank you.